yourself to simplify.
Civilized humans, trust me, Hello, everyone, and welcome in. I am very excited. It is so nice to see all of you tonight, and I am Cinna, the DM for this game. Having escaped Calw, the 4 managers had a moment to catch their breath, though tensions rose between them from the lack of leads and severity of their injuries, particularly those of Merru, who was targeted and tortured by L Corp's Inquisition for his prosthetics. They were not even given a day's rest, however, before K Corp's staff turned up at their door, extending an invitation and requesting an audience at one of their facilities. With no choice but to attend, the 4 of you had a day to prepare, look presentable, and formulate a game plan. Managers, would you like to introduce yourselves, your characters, and describe your character's appearance and mental state at the moment?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. Yeah, so hello everyone. I'm Merru Online, and I play Merru, our lovely control team department head. And I mean, right now he's doing better actually. He's had a day to practice mindfulness, as he likes to say. Which is to say that he has locked himself in the bathroom for about 90% of the time from yesterday morning until today. And he has sat in the empty bathtub mulling over everything that's transpired this past week. You know, he's probably only left for a few brief moments when he needed to step out, or maybe he cooked dinner that night. But besides that, he hasn't really shown his face to the others the past 24 hours. But he's been quiet though. No more mirror incidents like from before. So I guess this morning when he steps out of the bathroom, he looks, pretty normal. He's finally been given his ego gear back, so he's now dressed properly in his magic bullet gear. He has his Justicia gift wrapped over his eyes, his mask over his mouth, everything as per usual. The only thing that's different is that his gloves weren't, they didn't get the gloves back from Calw, so he does not have gloves on his hands anymore. So his prosthetic hand and his bandaged flesh hand are both on display, but I mean, what are you gonna do about that, There's nothing he can really do about that, so he's just, even though it's uncomfortable for him, he is simply dealing with it. So yeah, I mean, at least on the outside, he seems pretty normal. Most of his prosthetics have been all fixed up, and I mean, maybe one day isn't really enough time to properly recover mentally from what he went through in Calw, but I mean, he's decided to just lock that up for now, because I think they have bigger things to worry about right now. And he doesn't really want to show that vulnerability again, at least for a while, so he simply won't. Simple plan, sure it'll work, he's fine. He's all good, no worries. He's honestly probably worried a bit more about how everybody else is doing. So yeah, that's what Merru's up to.
And Miix, would you like to introduce yourself and share how Miix is doing?
Yeah, so I'm Miix. I am one of the fellow goovers here. And Miix, the character right now, they're definitely anxious. They look, their eyes are kind of like darting around the RV, just sort of like kneading their hands together, sat like on the corner of their bed, just tapping their feet, not sure what to do, especially with the events of recently. And they look a little different, that sort of energy and that fire from before. And really, as of recently, seems to have started to fade a little bit. They look worried, which is something they haven't looked like in a while. In fact, the last time they were in this state was probably back at the facility. And so right now, that feeling of anxiety, and maybe they're even a bit scared, has returned. As they nervously bite their lip and check every now and then what the time is on their tablet. And yeah, they're doing as best as they can, but it's not 100%. Definitely not there.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Prior Year, and I play the, of the same name, Prior, of the training team. Prior is a fairly unkempt man, standing at about 6'3". He is tall, and it's hard to not feel a little bit like he's looking down at you. What with the 5 eyes on his face and the 1 on his chest. Gaze cloaks him always, and there's this downcast shadow that seems to be now framing his face rather consistently as the crown of thorns weaves tighter and tighter against his skull, and the rose that has bloomed upon the thorns begins to wilt and shiver. Life for a daredevil is always poised at his back. With a twitch, he is ready to unsheath it. And Prior is alone. He is truly and completely alone with the other managers, as he has become more and more aware that they are asking things from him that he does not know how to provide them, and behind his back, he knows they think he's slipping. But he didn't survive the syndicates to slip up here. He is a changed man. He is a better man. And he's going to prove it to them all today. He's going to get them through K Corp. And he's going to earn that title that he wears so proudly.
Hi, my name is Kai Calypso. I play Kai, the safety team head. Kai is not at his best right now. He's a bit stressed out, trying to keep the group together. He's been acting as the glue essentially this entire time and failing miserably. Kai has not slept much these last few days. I don't know how well he would have been able to pull it together had the invitation come on the same day as they went to the K Corp lab, but at least he got 1 day of rest. But corralling those around him is all that is keeping him from unraveling himself right now, and he seems to be losing that lead more and more as the other managers struggle with their own issues.
And the 4 of you all know where you have to go. You all know you have about an hour or so before you need to move out. You have a game plan to review, and you have some time if any of you have some conversations that need to be had, or any thoughts that are racking your character's mind.
Prior will, as he often does, lead the group discussion. He's set himself up at the table in the RV. His hands clench the side of the table, gently, but it looks like he is ready to exert force upon it at the moment he needs to. I'm sure I don't need to re-explain to you all the severity of our situation, but considering some of the behavior I witnessed yesterday, I feel it is all but necessary for me to. We are in the belly of the beast, K Corp. They know we're here, and they want something from us. We don't know what they know, and we don't know how badly they want us dead for it. But I promise you, if we piss off this wing, they are going to send everything they have at us. We might have been the biggest fish in the pond back at the facility. I may have been confident in our ability to survive the back streets. But inside their home and their turf, we are nothing. We have 3 objectives. Number 1, we cannot let them know about the existence of our facility. Number 2, we cannot let them know about the existence of Ange. And number 3, it'll be our only opportunity to maybe, just maybe, figure something out about these. And he holds up the empty shell casing of the healing ampule he took apart. They used the liquid inside of it, but the containment unit is still, or the casing rather, is still in one piece. To learn about how they made these ampules. Any questions?
No, sir. I'm sure we'll be on our best behavior.
Sounds fine by me.
Yeah.
Pryor's eyes search over all of you for signs of deceit or deception, and you can see in his eyes there's a flicker of something before he closes his two main eyes, and when he opens them again, he is set. Excellent. You are all competent, and I've seen that competency from you all. Continue to display it, and we will make it out of the situation in one piece. I'm not asking for much, not even faith. Just a tiny bit of trust in the fact that I've been doing this for a lot longer than the rest of you have. And Pryor will scrounge up all the paper and stomp off to the back of the RV, not really explaining what he's doing beyond just waving over his shoulder with a, I'm gonna go construct more contingencies.
The rest of you three, what do you do?
I think Merru, he watches Pryor go, like, not like staring at him, because he does want to be obvious, but he's kind of like, all right. Well, how long do we have until we leave exactly? Do either of you know?
About an hour.
An hour? Okay. And then Merru, he'll stand up and then glance over at Kai, and he'll kind of awkwardly just kind of be like, Kai, do you mind if I talk to you quickly?
Kai is excited to have been approached by Merru first to be talked to, so he will very quickly scramble up out of his seat and say, "Yes, of course. Where would you like to? Yes."
I don't know, just somewhere. Just I don't know. He just kind of points to a slightly more secluded spot, and he goes, "Sorry, Miix, it'll just be just a second. Sorry."
Miix
just go over there.
stands up at this point and says, I'll just go outside.
Oh,
And
okay.
they step over to the door. They seem to pocket something from the cupboard and steps outside.
Well, that makes things easier. Well, no, it's clear Merru, now that him and Kai are alone, he's feeling a little more awkward. And he pauses and just goes, I just, I just wanted to apologize to you, for my behavior, yesterday. I spent the better half of the day calming down and stuff, thinking about everything. I realized a few things, and I know I wasn't, as Mr. Pryor has made it clear 50 billion times, the most professional yesterday. And he pauses again, and when he speaks the next time, his voice sounds less like it did since he first woke up from Calw, and more like it normally does, like back when he was a real L Corp manager. And he says, the talk with what was his name, Mr. K Corp, whatever, from yesterday morning, it wasn't exactly my best showing. I know that. I guess in my tiredness, I was influenced by certain less mature individuals who we share a space with, and I may have stooped down to their level instead of dealing with the stranger like the professional I'm supposed to be. I mean, after all, I've been an L Corp department head for longer than I think any of you, so I should have known better. I know that. But I'm apologizing because I know that I stressed you out yesterday. And not just with that, just with everything. So I apologize. I didn't realize how much everyone else was apparently going through things too, because I was kind of just dealing with myself, didn't really care about how it would affect you guys. And frankly, it's a little embarrassing, but I just wanted to let you know that, because I really, when we get to K Corp, I will try my best to be a proper professional so I don't stress you out again. So I just wanted to tell you that.
Kai's ears and his little antenna rhinophores perked up at the first sorry, because he was never expecting to hear that from Merru. I thank you, Merru. As much as I have worried and worked to keep things together while everyone else has been having their own issues, I appreciate the apology, but I've never been mad at you. In the same way you weren't mad at me for acting in my nature and obeying Prior's will back in the, fallen L Corp nest. I understand that you've acted on fear and a need for self-preservation recently, which I can't blame you for. That being said, I really appreciate the effort to be more proactive within the team. You were always a good mentor for me back in the facility, and I still very much respect you as a leader. So even if I wasn't mad, it still means a lot that you want to rectify that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, now that that's out of the way, I do actually also have a question or two for you. I was just open and honest with you or whatever, so you maybe could answer a question for me. And when he says that, it's a little hard to tell if his whole apology was actually sincerely, like, from the heart, or if it was to just kind of get his foot in the door so he could ask a question without feeling too awkward about it. But he kind of just waits to see if Kai is open to answering his question now.
Yes, Merru. After your vulnerability, you can anything that you'd like to know. Yes.
Oh, that was easier than I thought. Okay, good to know. Well, when I said that I noticed everyone was having problems, I mean, I meant everyone. And he slightly turns his head in the direction of where Prior had stomped off to, but then looks back at Kai and says, I spoke with Mr. Prior yesterday, and I don't know, he was just saying some things that sounded off all of a sudden. Like, he kept talking about the middle and calling on him if he needed a big brother, and I just, pauses again, trying to figure out a good way to word his thoughts, but just eventually shrugs, and he goes, "It's weird, right? Like, I don't know, I didn't like it. Like, there's a reason I follow him even if we don't see eye to eye, and it's because I've never seen him as who he used to be. I've always thought he was, well, I mean, how I feel about him doesn't really matter, but what does is that what he was saying just made no sense, but I think it would be good if I at least understood what's happening a little bit. I can't exactly ask him myself. I mean, he made it very clear how he sees me yesterday, so I have to ask you instead. I just thought you might know a thing or two, that's all."
A look of concern washes over his face, because Prior's mental state is clearly apparent to some extent to everyone on this RV, and that is not necessarily usual, as he's kind of considered a rock within the managers. He's always been very professional and put together, but his seams seem to be unraveling. And he looks at Merru, and he goes, "Yeah, I am so sorry if anything that he said set you off. I spoke with Miss Pryor. He's, last night. He isn't the man that he was, even if he's acting like he did in some ways. I knew that man very well, and he's not reverting, but I hate to say regressing, but he's not here right now, so he might be regressing a bit. I think he's struggling right now, and I think he's figuring out who he's meant to be as a leader. And I don't know exactly what he said to you, but I don't think that everything that's coming out of his mouth is quite what his heart is trying to say, or what he means. He doesn't know how to lead right now, I think, and who he was in the middle, even though I know that he hates what it stands for just as much as you do. I think that's all he can really grasp onto right now. Just being that we are equals to him instead of working under him like when he managed back in the facility. I think he's just kind of in an in-between right now, and I appreciate you coming to me about it, but I am sorry for whatever he might have said to you.
I mean, no, don't worry about that. I mean, he didn't say anything that upset me.
Oh.
No. It was just weird. That's all. I wasn't upset. I mean, did he say some things that I was confused by? Yeah, but I mean that's not abnormal. No. I was just confused. I just wanted to know what was going on. So, I mean, I think I get it a little more now. I mean, thank you for telling me. So that's really all I wanted to know, honestly. So, yeah. That's it. And Merru will, without kind of waiting for Kai to say anything, will turn to leave, realize, maybe that's not the way to end this conversation, and then he'll turn his head back and say, but seriously, I did mean what I said before about the apology. I know my strengths, and I know politeness is not one of them, but I can certainly try. I don't enjoy stressing people out, believe it or not. So I'll be good. I'll even go in for a handshake when I meet the researchers, and all of that good stuff. So you don't have to worry about me, at least.
And Kai starts to say thank you for coming to me and being so helpful, but I presume Merru has scuttled off immediately after saying that.
Oh yeah, no, he went back to the bathroom. I know he didn't go back to the bathroom. He actually went to go grab a drink. He was a little thirsty. He went to go grab a drink.
So Kai's just standing there, and he's like, I think that interaction went pretty good. Yeah. And Kai won't follow Merru, but surely he is going to get himself looking a bit nicer, maybe, for going into a much fancier place than just the RV.
Hey, Kai is able to do so. And suppose as those two had their conversation, we'll first go to Miix and what Miix is doing, especially as the driver, who I imagine has found a place to park the RV.
Yeah. Miix is, I think they're probably leaned against the RV. They're sort of outside, just waiting. Just not really doing anything. They look around for a bit and they don't. It seems like they're trying to hide something, and then they slowly slip out of their coat pocket a pack of cigarettes that they pocketed. Really they're Priors, but Miix kind of looks at it for a bit, and they seem unsure about what they're about to do, but they take a deep breath, and it's shaky, mind you, but eventually they pull out a lighter from another pocket and they push out one of the cigarettes, place it in their mouth, and light it. It's a little clumsy, their hands are shaking, they're not really sure. They sort of think they're oh, should I put my hand up or something like that. They've only really seen other people smoke. They don't really have the experience to oh, should I cover it? Is that not a thing you do? Is that so? But eventually they light it and they try to inhale some. They cough for sure. Still not used to it. Not as bad as it was yesterday with Prior, but it's and all of this is because in their head they think this is something that Prior does, and if I want to understand Prior, right, I need to do something. And so they slowly just keep puffing and puffing away, and eventually they don't really acknowledge it, but I think maybe the camera pans out a bit as it's focused on Miix against the RV, and you see the same familiar as usual, same familiar figure, which is the funeral of the dead butterflies, sort of standing there, I imagine, just not really doing anything. And then it's there for a moment, and then Miix turns, and then it's gone. Miix kind of just puts their hands together. Eventually, I imagine that does Merru or Kai give a sign that they're done talking?
Miix is outside of the RVs, so I don't think they would know.
No, I'm do they knock on the door or?
Don't believe so, unless Merru does.
I mean, I don't mind having Merru do it. Because Miix is outside, so I would imagine, because Merru was kind of the one to not kick Miix out, but to kind of kick Miix out. After he grabs a quick drink, he probably opens the RV door and not really looking outside necessarily, but he's kind of you can come back now, Miix, you don't have to stay out there anymore.
Oh, okay. And Miix throws the remaining end of the cigarette onto the floor and stamps it out. And then they step back in. Merru can definitely smell it, by the way.
Yeah, no, he probably, when Miix passes by, he probably kind of instinctively grabs Mix's sleeve and is hold on. And he kind of just stares at them and goes, you You smell like smoke, you know that, right? Didn't take you for a smoker.
Well, I thought it would help cool my nerves. It's
Well, it smells gross, so
sorry.
I mean, you don't have to apologize to me, just feel like K Corp people wouldn't exactly like smelling a smoker walking into their research labs. So you might want to do something about that.
Gotcha. I'll get cleaned up. Sorry.
Good idea.
Yeah. Did you eat any of the breakfast?
Merru, you can't see him narrow his eyes, but you know his eyes narrowed, and he goes, no.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get freshened up, sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Just, I won't comment.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
And then before they head back, they place the carton back where it was. Although Pryor's attentive, which he seems to be, he probably will notice that one of them is missing. And Miix just takes another breath, just trying to calm down. And, they step back into the RV and go get freshened up.
And as Miix freshens up and the other two are getting prepared, how is Pryor doing?
Inhale. Exhale. Control the feeling. Inhale. Exhale. Control the feeling. The mind is strong, but flesh is weak, as Pryor feels yet again that burst of air come up from his gut, and with this horrendous choking sound, he lets loose another gout of bile into the toilet. He catches his breath for a second and tries not to stare at the chunks that look like little cubed bits of flesh as he slams the toilet lid down, not loud enough to make a sound, but almost fast enough to startle himself. Inhale, exhale, and he can't close his eyes, because even if he closes his eyes, there's 3 more, 4 more, and they see things that he can't, and that he won't want to see. And he knows he's slipping, and he can't slip. He has to be the one who's in control, so he inhales and exhales and slumps over the bathroom sink. He turns the water on to full blast and just shovels cold water against his face, and he feels the bags under his eyes feel so deep. They've been there for so long. He tries to choke back another rising gout of gas, and when he opens his mouth, he begins to hum. It's very gently. And then he bites down on his tongue hard enough to draw blood, silencing his own rising music. Feels copper in his mouth, and he opens his lips as it spills into the sink. He licks the inside of his mouth a few times and looks up. Merru shattered the mirror. He hadn't gotten around to repairing it yet. And in all those tiny shards, he sees those eyes looking back at him. They're all staring at him. But Prior is in control. He inhales, he exhales, and he turns away from the eyes. But what's that in the keyhole?
You can see.
He bends down and gazes into it.
You can see in there another eye staring back at you, judging you.
He puts his hand over the eye hole, and he stands up. And his eyes go up to the grate, where the ceiling fan comes down. Little slots into blackness.
And in those slots, in that darkness, you can see them. Those eyes are looking at you, casting their judgment upon you. They know what you are.
There's nowhere safe to look anymore, is there? There are holes everywhere. And they're all looking at him. Prior pulls out, with shaking hands, his little written managerial guide and flips to the section on Schadenfreude. But his hands are shaking too bad he can't even read it. He leaves it on the ground. Splashes more water on his face. Spits out the last bit of blood in his mouth. He accepts that the eyes are there. He knows it won't be like last time. He's not just a different man. He's a stronger one. And he'll take all that strength from before and do it all over again. These are his people. And these eyes will watch him succeed. They will regret judging him. And he starts to hum. He can't silence himself, no matter how hard he tries.
You feel them still watching on your back. You know they're waiting for you to fail. You know they're waiting for you to slip up. And you know that the four of you have a meeting to attend. Managers, you all have a chance to group up together and to get ready to head in to K Corp's building.
When Prior reemerges to meet with everyone else, he is pristine. Still a little unkempt as he often is. However, his ego suit is tightly pressed against him. He is adjusting the sleeves perfectly. He gazes down at you all, and his face is more than rock. It is iron, it is forged, and it is linked in a single expression of disdain. Show them no mercy. Present them no weakness. they will not give any quarters to us.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Are you all ready then to head out?
I think we are.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, no,
Alright.
for sure.
Wait, guys, I forgot my tablet. Let's go back.
Back to the
Oh my
facility
god.
we go.
Forgot my
Oh
iPad.
my gosh!
Mix forgot Meru's iPad.
Yeah, my iPad.
Sure.
Oh my gosh. But yes, I think if it is time, our outside K Corp's entrance.
So, what is, I guess if I could ask, just out of curiosity, like what is,
Yes. So,
what's the energy around here? How are people moving around? Like how busy is it?
you all see that the building you've been instructed to meet at towers above all of you. L Corp's facilities were always hidden underground, but K Corp stands tall, reaching up into the skies above.
Mm-hmm.
It is high above you all. You can see that there are lots of people going in and out, many of them dressed in lab coats or suits. And you all have a moment before you enter in.
I imagine it's pretty buzzing with activity. Like there are probably people going in and out consistently.
Oh yes, absolutely. You can see all the people that are going in and out.
Gotcha. I think at this point, Miix has probably composed himself a little better. They were definitely like slouching more earlier, kind of a bit more morose. Here, they have straightened their back and they look around. They seem more energetic, I guess. They look around, and on one hand, yes, it's K Corp. It's kind of not necessarily their enemy, but it's definitely not someone. It's not an organization that is necessarily the biggest fans of us. But on the other hand, this is Miix almost looks comfortable here. They seem to be more in their element. Like of all of the managers, that definitely seem like they belong in this environment the most. They are similarly to Prior, well dressed. They look that sort of like smell of smoke has for the most part gone away. But you know, in a building full of people who work 70-hour work weeks, it's probably not an unfamiliar smell. And they sort of step forward, not necessarily to take the lead, but just to sort of put their best foot forward. They look around and say, well, cool. All right. Guess we should head inside. So what do we think we're gonna have to deal with in there? Because I'm a little apprehensive. I definitely can't trust these guys. So and they seem like that sort of moment sort of betrays a bit of Miix's anxiety as they kind of like look back at the huge tower and then they look back at everybody else.
I don't quite know what awaits us, but your and Kai kind of composed himself because he straight up is still kind of mad at Miix for how they behaved with Samjo. Just try to stay calm and act natural. And if something goes down, we can handle it. We've handled a lot.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, guess we should step inside.
I'm sure you're all aware of this, and your optimism is very heartwarming, but let us remember, if a fight starts, we're all dead. No matter what, only draw your weapon if your intent is to take them down with you, because you're not winning any kind of a preemptive fight.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's step inside. And not draw weapons. Cool. Let's go. God. And Miix at least starts walking forward.
Prior takes up the rear of the group, as if he's a sheepdog watching over a flock.
As you all head in, this place is sterile. The walls are white with that familiar, bright glowing green you've grown so used to while in K Corp's nest. You can see some people milling about while others rush to and fro, and some of them are dressed in white lab coats and others in suits, like Samjo, that one K Corp employee you all met, and ticked off, or... At the back of the room, you can see the K logo of the corporation, reminding you of whose territory you are in. And if you're looking around closer, you can also see that there are drones and guards everywhere. Prior was right when he said that if you all get into a fight here, it's not one that you'll be winning. You might be able to take down a few, but...
I guess,
Oh, yes, please go, please go.
No, you're good. I guess we'll just approach the front desk.
Oh, before you even get to the front desk, as you're all approaching it, I gotta roll something real quick.
Oh no.
Don't worry about
Oh no. I feel like I have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll worry about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Prior.
Yes.
A word echoes in your mind.
Hello?
Prior stops dead on his tracks, and his face darkens as all of his eyes seem to go in separate directions for a moment before his entire body clenches, so tightly wound that you're sure you can see his veins popping out of his hands as he squeezes them tight enough that you hear his knuckles cracking one by one.
You know that familiar sound. Someone here wants to do you harm. Someone wants to hurt you. And from a crowd of white coats, a researcher, dressed in one of those lab coats, breaks off to approach all of you. You can see that green K logo on the side of the sleeve. They have short green hair, purple eyes, and a smirk set on their face. And let me just show all of you here. As this person approaches you,
Do they say anything as they're approaching, or?
They do. They walk up to all of you.
As they start to approach, Prior does put a foot in front of the rest of the managers and step forward with his back fully straightened and his shoulders down and pushing his chest forward, making himself as big as possible.
Prior, you tower over this person. I believe Prior stands at 6'3", if I'm remembering right?
6'3", a little over that in his boots, I imagine.
Yes. This researcher here is only about 5'5". And they smile up at you with a smile that doesn't quite reach their eyes, and look over the rest of you. A pleasure to meet you all. You know, I've heard much about you four from my coworker. And there's a glint in those eyes when they say that. Merru, Miix, you both can feel that smirk on the two of you, and you have a feeling that word of your troublesome behavior has spread.
Yeah. It's okay though. It's okay. Merru, he's professional now. I think he wants to show that he's professional. So he politely takes a step next to Prior and holds out his hand for a handshake, and he says, good to meet you. I'm Merru.
They look at your hand for a moment and then completely ignore you and look at Prior and say, hi there, my name's Yuna and I'm one of the branch managers here at K Corp. And they extend their hand to Prior.
Prior does not even regard Meru's presence either, as he reaches past Merru to shake Yuna's hand and goes, Prior, I'm the leader of this company. You will address me with all your direct concerns and complaints about behavior going forward, of course. Not that it will be necessary, as we've been invited here, I believe, by someone a little higher than your station.
Yes. Yes, Alfonso, you do understand I hope she could not be here to greet you herself. She asked me to give you the tour of the facility, make the introductions. Menial tasks like this would be beneath her, so I'm afraid you're stuck with me.
Well, I'm glad they sent someone at the appropriate skill level to manage it then.
Yuna just kind of smiles at that. And sort of looks past Prior at the other three and says, try to make sure they don't cause too much trouble,
They are good for many, many things. I'm sure following orders must be along that list.
Yuna nods at that and seems pleased and says, that's good to hear.
Has Merru dropped his hand yet?
He kind of held it out for like a second or two, and then awkwardly just kind of put it down.
Yeah.
He tried.
Prior glances from Merru to Kai to Miix back to Yuna and says, well, I imagined we would be approached about a contract or some form of compensation for our work, but if we're beginning with a tour, we would be honored to accompany you.
Yes. Now, don't worry. We will get into things. There's lots of discussion to be had regarding the work that you all did over there in Calw.
Of course.
But
all doing our part to keep K Corp safe, of course.
Yes, that's most important here, and what our corporation values most.
Well, we'd love it if you could give us the grand tour, Miix says, at this point stepping to Prior's side. If you don't mind, obviously. I wouldn't want to impose.
Yuna does actually look to Miix And unlike with Merru, addresses them, smiling at them and says, "Of course, if you're ready, you can come follow me."
Sounds lovely.
And Yuna will turn. Where's my little spin around? And start to walk. Before they start walking, though, they seem to notice something as they're leading you all further into the facility, and they'll say, "Oh, actually, Yuna turns back to Prior and kind of points at Merru and says, "We need faces uncovered. You understand, for safety purposes, of course."
I doubt that will be a problem. Will it?
Merru, he's a little taken aback. He quickly glances at Prior, looks at Yuna, and then says, "No, I can do that. Yes." And he takes off his mask, pockets it. Taking off Justicia is something that he almost feels this like internal tug, like he doesn't want to. It's very hard to remove a gift. So instead of pocketing it, like he's used to pocketing his gift from Der Freyschutz. It's been like that for a while. But with this, he takes Justicia off his face, uncovering his eyes, and then wraps it around his wrist. That feels comfortable enough, at least.
Good. Yuna seems satisfied with that.
Kai probably walks up next to Merru and sort of like gives his wrist above his prosthetic hand a little bit of a thank you squeeze.
Merru doesn't look at Kai, but he seems to relax ever so slightly.
And Yuna will lead you all through the security clearance and through their corporation. You find yourselves all in a hall filled with scientists moving around. Yuna's navigating around them fairly expertly, as if they're used to this. And as they lead you all through, you can hear them rambling on about K Corp's conditions, showing off the work being done here. And they'll say, K Corp has short 70-hour work weeks and is considered the safest nest of the city. Here you can see our members hard at work. Yuna waves to a few of the scientists that they pass by. You can all either choose to listen to what they're saying, or you can instead choose to whisper amongst yourselves.
I think Miix will politely, I think they will eavesdrop a little. They are curious.
Merru totally wants to eavesdrop too.
A lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep, but unfortunately, whether Prior wants to or not, he has to slow his pace to keep time with the other managers, which means he hears it whether he wants to or not.
Kai is on about as high alert as the rest of the managers, but he does, to some extent, pay attention to what Yuna is saying, because it's probably important.
Yes, and as you are all going through, Yuna is really talking about, it does seem somewhat important, but it's a lot of stuff that seems to be sort of regurgitated propaganda, pretty much, just regarding like how great K Corp is, the sort of technological advancements they've made, their work conditions being much more pleasant and, you know, superior to most of the other nests. And as you're all proceeding, especially those of you who are eavesdropping or unable to block out the chatter, you all can feel eyes on you. The researchers and scientists occasionally stop in their work to look at you all. You see some of them look very nervous. You can hear some of them snickering under their breath. And in particular, Merru, Prior, you two keep getting looks. And as you're all walking through, Merru, you hear some whispers from two researchers that you pass by. And I imagine all of you hear those, but Merru, you in particular feel their eyes on you as you hear voices saying, "It looks like it crawled out of the back streets. What's it doing here? Those prosthetics, those can't be any from our nest."
Merru tries to not react to that. He goes to look over at them, remembers he's not wearing Justicia on his face anymore, so he's not able to hide his expression, and then kind of forces his head to look away, which just so happens to be in the direction of Kai. And he quickly, to distract himself from what he just heard, he tries to very subtly tug on Kai's sleeve and be like, "Kai, that was the right hand for a handshake, right?"
Kai was a little taken out of what he was focusing on, which was both the chatter of the people in the background and also Yuna's touring of the lab, so he's a little bit confused at first. I'm sorry, Merru. What? Your hand? What?
When I introduced myself,
Mm.
that was the right hand for a handshake, right? It's the right hand?
Yes. I don't know exactly what everyone, some thoughts of you here are, but I don't think we can really talk about it right now.
And as you say, we can't talk about it right now, it's almost as if someone heard that, because you see Yuna turn his head and for the first time actually look at you, Merru. And they say, "Those prosthetics look rather shoddy." Before they turn to Prior with a smile. Camels are holy side of prosthetics. You could get better upgrades there for it.
How I would have loved to had K Corp unfortunately not needed our assistance.
Right.
We all make do with what we have. K Corp with mercenaries. Us with what K Corp is actually able to provide.
Oh, well, I'll be sure to show you.
Prior looks back at Merru, and there is no warmth in his vision. But there is this tiny tinge of searching for something in Merru's eyes, and he darts away as soon as he finds it. And he looks back to Yuna and says, well, for having a 70-hour work week, your scientists seem rather chatty. Perhaps you should up the hours if they have so much time to socialize.
You see, unlike L Corp, we actually do value our employees here and their welfare.
That's nice to hear. I'm glad that all of the employees here are being taken care of. Miix says, kind of clearing their throat, looking over at Prior, a little unsure with how passive-aggressive he's gotten.
And Prior, when Yuna mentioned L Corp, you saw their gaze go right for the eye on your ego.
Yep. Prior's clocked them. His tactics slowly shift and change. He continues to strain his back, and he knows that they have walked into a trap. But there's no way to communicate that at this point, so he just smiles. Well, I guess that's why L Corp fell, and K Corp's still standing, eh?
Indeed. A shame to hear about it falling.
Well, meant there was plenty of work for mercenaries out there.
That it did. I heard, quite a few of the survivors ended up taking work like that.
Survivors? Oh.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, Prior feigns a shrug of indifference. I thought the abnormalities would have gotten to most of them.
I would have thought so too, but... No, it seems like there were a few who made it out.
Ain't that just something?
You know, I'm looking at everything. Everything here is cutting edge. I mean, the amount of expenses that had to be made to make this all happen.
Well, we are a wing of the city, after all. And, you'd know a lot about money, wouldn't you?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, you look familiar. Do you come from a wealthy family? I feel like I've seen you around before.
Miix suddenly freezes. And their blood runs cold. No, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Maybe it's, me getting confused. You just looked like, someone from a well-off family I thought I'd seen around in our district in the past.
Right. Okay.
You're just smiling and, like, waiting to see Miix's reaction.
There is a part of Miix that is just screaming at them to run away. And I mean, it is very obvious that Yuna has hit on something. And it's something that the other managers probably don't even really know about. As Miix just like freezes up a bit and says, I see. Well, let's move on from that.
Oh, yes, no. It was, what was the name again? It was the Lionel family, I believe, and that isn't your name, it's Miix, so I'm probably getting it confused. Besides, I would be surprised to see any survivors of that family, considering they pissed off the head.
Prior can't hide his own moment where his head actually quirks, like, considerably.
Miix just looks like horrified. I mean, they're not even hiding anymore because they know that Yuna knows, and Yuna knows that they know. And it is all Miix can do to not just do anything drastic, because they know they can't afford to.
Oh yes, an arbiter got sent out and everything from what I remember.
I see. But an arbiter would have taken care of everything. So I really don't think it's of any importance. You're an odd one. I'm not sure there are many people who would bring up irrelevant things like that out of nowhere.
Oh, you know, I just enjoy making conversation.
Oh. I see.
Besides, none of you have anything to fear from the head, do you?
I pay my taxes on time, just like you do. Prior cuts into the conversation with a stone-cold voice, but the eyes of Nothing There's Gift are all staring daggers into Miix at this detail he was not aware of that may severely complicate this interaction.
Ah, but... Oh, please, go. You don't wait for Miix to speak.
You're... You certainly know a lot. I take it that you read a lot of papers.
I mean, that's the bulk of my job. Papers, research.
You seem more in tune with the news than what I would expect of a researcher.
It's important to stay updated on things.
Well, yeah, I would love to know more about the facility we're walking through than idle rumors, if you don't mind.
Ah, yes. No, it's not like there's no reason to dwell on these. And Yuna looks right at you at that with a smile.
Miix looks back with a look of terror that they do not hide very well. Like they are covering their mouth. And they definitely look like they're panicking a bit, but I mean... they just keep walking.
And as you're walking, you can see there are stairs on your horns and your tail that are very noticeable. And you can hear the whispers of those prosthetics of some kind. You don't seem to be. I don't suppose we could strap it down and experiment on it, do you?
Mm.
And you can feel that there's just, you remember the gaze that Greta looked at you with and how obsessive she was over your corrosion. And you can feel that there's a similar obsession here of people wanting to take you apart and study you.
Here's a question, Mr. DM.
Yes.
Are there, for the purposes of just like, Miix is just looking for any sign of just like something to ground them. Do they see any butterflies around?
You don't. In this place? No. For once, there are no butterflies around here.
They then just look at the floor beneath Yuna's feet as they just try to calm themselves down. One hand is just clutching their chest. They look like they're going to vomit. Their hands are shaking a bit. They have turned completely pale. All of the color has been drained out of their skin as they just follow. Their tail even like drags a bit behind them.
Miix's eyes are downcast, Prior's are upwards. In the camera's lenses, in the drones buzzing by, he can feel eyes. And he actually slows his step enough to reach out and grab Kai by the scruff of his ego gear and pull Kai in close so he can whisper to him.
Kai will make a quiet yelp, but otherwise try not to react too loudly, obviously.
They're trying to provoke a fight. They already know everything. Do not let them slip. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. I've got Merru under control. I will try to keep a rein on Miix. Alright, thank you.
Prior looks down and actually seems disgusted as he releases his hand from Kai's jacket and goes to like try and like unruffle it for a moment before he says, I could always trust you. Thank you. And he shakes his head and storms back to the front of the group.
Yuna seems to have noticed your little exchange, though they don't say anything on it. As you storm to the front of the group again, Prior, you can feel those eyes of all the staff on you, of all the cameras of the drones focused on you. There are people here who are fearful and afraid by your very presence, and others you can feel them looking down on you and wanting you to fail, because you figured it out. This is a test rigged from the start, meant to trap you all in K Corp's web. And they feel no need to be subtle about it, because they want you all to tangle yourselves and choke.
They didn't realize they invited a spider into their web. Prior has navigated these kinds of twisting corridors before, and so long as no one fails him, He holds his chin higher, looking down at these people who think they're better than him.
You can hear them whispering about you. You can hear someone mention, "A big brother here?" And another one shakes their heads and says, "Oh, that can't be him. He doesn't look like one. And they wouldn't let one in here, right?" A third scientist between them pipes in with, "Well, even if he does anything, security should have no issue putting him down." They seem to all be waiting for you to fly off the handle. Like they expect you to start attacking people at any moment.
Prior tries to control his breathing. He lowers his chin ever so slightly. His eyes are so very tired. And he can feel that anger shoving back down into his chest. He forces a smile.
As you keep walking past, you all hear something else that's said. Didn't Samjo say there's something between him and that little one with all the poorly made prosthetics?
Prior, for the first time, is not upset. He is just completely taken aback. Like it's the first time, perhaps it's simply the breach intention. Perhaps it's because it's the first time he hasn't had a statement said to him that his immediate reaction is, "I'm gonna die." That Prior full on stops, turns completely towards whoever said that, and with no subtlety in his voice goes, "What?"
The researcher looks terrified, and Yuna has stopped walking and is just silent with a shit-eating grin on their face. And the researcher kind of looks at all of you and says, I thought, hey, help me out here, and kind of tugs on the sleeve of the one next to them, and they kind of shake their head. Like, now that Prior especially has their attention, they look like they want no part in this. That first researcher who spoke kind of looks between you all and goes, I heard the middle engages in all sorts of debauchery, and Samjo mentioned that you...
You know what? You know what? Prior actually approaches this researcher, and he doesn't touch them. He just clasps his hands together in front of them, and just, like, points at them with both of his fingers, and just goes, After, like, a long, awkward silence, he just presses his fingers against his lips, turns to Yuna, and just says, "You know what? Please. Show us something."
I've been staring wide-eyed at Merru for the last 2 minutes.
Merru, he's kind of just... His eyebrows are a little furrowed, and he tilts his head, and it's like you could tell, like you could like see the gears turning in his head, like how, but he doesn't say anything. Thankfully, he's good at keeping himself composed, so he kind of just goes, I don't know. He kind of glances over at Kai, just kind of shrugs and goes, eh. He figures that they've already made a big enough scene as it is. He just kind of figures it's best to just move on. But he definitely, you can see like he's a bit like he's definitely a little awkward about it, but he's like, I don't know.
In this beautiful moment,
Prior does not look like he did for the past several days. It's like someone just strapped like an electrode to like his heart and just reset him entirely. Like he looks just suddenly so off his element that he returns to the front of the group and just says, "This is a tour. I'm sure all these hallways are leading somewhere very spectacular. Can we get there, if you wouldn't mind?"
Yes. I have a very special place to show all of you. And Yuna will start to walk, noticing that at the same pace they were walking before. But you can tell by now that you are getting through the corridors. That the people are starting to thin out here. You can still feel all of their eyes on you. And as you're walking, Yuna will say, though, turning to Prior, I never did expect a member of the Five Fingers to step foot in this facility. I do have to agree with them. I was almost worried that you might fly off the handle and start slaughtering everyone in sight, but Samjo said you seemed the most reasonable of the bunch, even if you, weren't, the most presentable at the moment. And again, Yuna's eyes flicker to Merru, remembering the fact that neither of you had any shirts on when you opened the door.
Prior forces a smile through his lips and just says, "With all due respect, I'm just a mercenary now. I left that life behind."
Yes, understood. We all have pasts we don't want to talk about, don't we? And at that, Yuna looks right at Miix again.
Miix just has like barely composed themselves again, and then just sees Yuna and just again freezes for a bit, but they're able to just barely just they don't buckle this time, and they just say, I'm sure that's the same for you.
I don't know if I would call it the same, but... And... Oh?
Besides, some secrets are... Some situations are better left under wraps.
Yuna just kind of smiles at Miix at that and is like, yes, no, I can see why some would have a lot to hide.
Yeah, shouldn't get too curious, you know?
They don't remark on that, but you can see in their eyes that knowing look, that they've already figured it out.
Yeah, Miix just keeps walking and just gives a very restrained smile.
And Yuna will start to lead you all toward another section of the lab. That you all enter into. You all can see more scientists that are milling about here, and Yuna kind of widely gestures around as they walk in, pointing to the research being done here, to all of the items on the shelves, and says, well, here are lab rooms, looking right to Pryor at that and saying, I hope this is the sort of thing you were looking forward to seeing.
Pryor smiles and says, now, this is the kind of research I was expecting to see more of at K Corp. Cutting edge technology. I mean, I don't see what you all have to research, though. You already had one of the, if I may say so, one of the most generally useful singularities out there.
It is indeed, isn't it? No, but don't worry. I'll take you to a special area after this one. And you don't really like, I imagine, how they say that, or the way that smile widens even more.
Would Pryor make a science roll to determine what these researchers are working on?
Yes, you may.
Perfecto. Is there a difficulty?
I would say to even be able to determine would be a DC 4.
Excellent. Nope. Pryor attempts to take a look over, but
yeah,
I imagine it's all rather indecipherable to him.
It is. It is. It's very hard to tell what they're working on. You can't figure it out. The technology here is... Pryor's very good with crafting and technology, but I also imagine he's much more used to L Corp's technology.
Mm-hmm.
And K Corp's here is just not what Pryor is used to using. There's also the fact, too, that as you're watching them, you have a feeling that anything K Corp actually cared about, they would not be showing you.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be surprised if the stuff the scientists are doing here is more busy work or research that isn't as important to them.
Well, you gotta fill a 70-hour work week somehow. Pryor looks around with a passive expression, though there's a curious glint in his eye, and he looks back and says, well, I have to admit, how many laboratories do you have here at K Corp? It seems like every 3 rooms we pass by one.
Oh, total? Yuna kind of taps their chin like they're thinking, and they're like, I'm not really good with remembering information off the top of my head, so I don't have the exact total, but... And I won't even make you make a wits insight, that is a lie.
Yeah,
But-
she's just... they're just not gonna tell us.
Yes. But they're like, quite a few, and this is only one of our facilities, you understand?
Pryor goes to crack his knuckles, but he's cracked them all already, and so he just sort of awkwardly thumbs with his knuckles. The first sign openly of nervousness that he's actually displayed so far, and he catches himself doing it and tucks his hands behind his back. Right. Well. Interesting research. And Pryor just sort of picks a spot in the lab and tries to look engrossed as he regains his composure for the upteenth time today.
And as you all do so, as you do that, I don't know what the rest of you are doing in this room, because it looks like for a moment, Yuna has gone off to go grab something. You all see Yuna kind of move to the back of the room, looking through something real quick. Do the rest of you do anything or touch anything while briefly left unsupervised?
Merru sees Prior going off to look engrossed in something, and he's like, all right. Like, in his head, he's like, okay, so we should look like we care right now. So he kind of, I don't know if he's necessarily taking a look at the trophies, or because he's not going to understand. He knows he's not smart enough to understand all the sciencey stuff, but the shiny trophies are interesting enough. But he's just kind of casually just trying to act as, like he's interested in the tour. He figures that's polite. And he wants to be polite and professional. So that's what he's trying to do.
Miix is just leaning against one of the walls, just trying to calm down. They are very clearly having a moment as they just take in deep breath after deep breath. Just eyes closed.
I probably took his attention off of Merru for a little bit at Miix's incredibly obvious signs of distress. He doesn't know Miix as well as the others necessarily, or how they calm down, but he knows that it's better to not be alone when you're like that, and, he can keep better tabs on them when he's nearby.
As you all do that, you hear those familiar footsteps as Yuna walks back towards you all. And Yuna sees, despite the fact that Merru is not the only one looking at things and getting close to things, Yuna kind of looks at Merru and then looks to Prior and says, "Please keep your things at your side or leave it at the door."
Prior actually, opens his mouth, aggressively, and then his teeth come together and he says, "Of course, we'll maintain ourselves as hospitable guests."
Merru, his head snapped over to where Yuna is, and he also looked like he wanted to say something there. One of his stupid little bratty remarks, but you can see his prosthetic hand kind of grab onto his other hand, and in a moment of forcing himself to have absolute control, you can almost hear how he's repeating the mantra in his head of mindfulness, as his prosthetic hand accidentally, because it was freshly fixed, so he's still getting used to the grip again, and it squeezes down on his bandaged hand, almost like it got locked for a second, and then sharply lets go as he takes a deep breath and makes I guess you could call it a walk of shame over next to Prior, refusing to look at him at this point.
Prior doesn't meet Merru's eyes either.
Yuna seems pleased at this, and then pulls out some snacks, you all notice. You also all notice there are only 3 bags of snacks, not 4. And Yuna holds them out and says, Don Graham gave me the idea. You all remember Samjo, right? He works under him, and their department's benefits far outweigh our own, but our employees' welfare is still important. And you all notice that they are handing, basically, holding the snacks out towards everyone except Merru.
Prior takes a bag gently and says, "How gracious of you."
Kai will take another one of the bags and just kind of nod and say thanks. Thank you.
Miix looks at the bag and just silently takes one.
Merru's staring at the bags. He notably didn't eat breakfast because he didn't say it. He was a little annoyed that Miix cooked breakfast instead of him because he's the one who cooks for the group, not Miix. So he was in defiance not eating, and now he is in his mind kind of regretting it because he also didn't pack any of his little hard candies that he uses when he doesn't have a meal because he didn't think it would be professional to pop a hard candy in the middle of a tour at K Corp. He could get away with it when he was at L Corp because he was the department head, but can't do that here. So he kind of just tries to act like he isn't staring at everyone else getting food but him because he know, obviously by now he knows what's going on. Duh, he knows what they're doing. Doesn't feel good, but he knows what they're doing. And it's taking everything in him to keep his composure. I'm sure his eye is glitching a little bit, but he can't act out because he is one of the ones that everyone is probably expecting to act out first because he's Merru. He's the one who always runs around and shoots magic bullet everywhere. He's not doing that. He told Kai he was going to be good and professional, so he's not going to do anything.
Merru doesn't have Justicia on, so Merru's eyes are so obviously eyeing their bags of snacks. Can Kai break off half of whatever he's being fed and quietly hand it to Merru?
Kai can do so.
I will do so.
Merru, he almost feels like taking the offered food is kind of admitting that this is getting to him. Oh, but he wants the food so bad.
I will
He's hungry.
shove the food further at Merru.
Okay, at that point, Merru will take it because he doesn't want to cause a scene, and he'll take it and he'll eat it as quickly as possible, and then he'll just kind of nod at Kai and look away because he doesn't want to make this a scene. He was trying to not make this a scene.
Miix, I think, kind of realizes what happened, and they just, thinking about what happened in the morning, they just hand the bag to Kai that they had received and just say, "You can give that to him if he'll take it."
You want me to give yours to him too?
Yeah. I don't really have an appetite. Sorry. But, thank you.
Kai probably won't continue this conversation anymore, and he will, I'm pretty sure Kai thinks that Merru would not take a second, offering of food if he shoved it at him, or he would bat his hand away, so he's just gonna pocket it for now.
Prior finishes the entire bag of food.
Including the plastic.
Yeah, just Prior crumples up the bag when he's finished, and if there is a wastebasket in the laboratory, he'll just toss it in there with very accurate precision.
There is. And he is able to do so. And as you're all eating in here and standing around for a moment, it seems Yuna was also chatting with a couple of the researchers while allowing you all that chance. Kai, you can also feel those eyes on you. And you can feel, too, the disdain that they're looking at you with. And the whispers of, he looks almost like this, Ange animal that got dragged in from the back streets. I feel like I've seen him before, though, or heard of him before. They're kind of all whispering and looking at you. And as Yuna starts to head back over to all of you to keep continuing the tour, Yuna does look to Kai and says, "You've gotten around, haven't you?"
What?
Oh, the districts, I mean. You've traveled around a lot of them, haven't you?
Kai is a bit taken aback, but regains his composure because it certainly is not the first time or the last time someone will make a comment like that towards him. His eye kind of twitches. Yeah, I've District 10, 16, and 23. Before now.
Ah, so it's your first time here. I imagine it's much nicer than what you're used to.
You have a lovely place here. And Kai's claws flex a little bit, but not like as a threat, just as like a tick almost.
Yuna's eyes dart down to those claws, and they smile back up at you. And say, "Well, would you all like to see K Corp's modification lab?"
Sounds lovely.
Yeah. Love to, actually.
Yuna nods at Miix and then looks to Prior.
Prior is silent for a long moment before he simply smiles and says, "On to the next leg of the tour."
And on we go. And thank you so much for the follow. Thank you.
Yes, Prior seems to have actually regained his footing under him a little bit. As he goes to follow, it seems that as attention shifts off of him, he starts to feel this relief flooding back into him. Every second that Yuna isn't on him, he is finding himself again. Things are going well, as far as Prior can tell. As well as they could, at least. And he does actually spare back to the group actually appreciative stare and a nod of affirmation.
Kai might appreciate the nod of affirmation to some extent, but doesn't acknowledge it and just kind of keeps one hand hovering near Merru and his eyes on Miix.
Merru will, awkwardly look at him, give a little nod back, but then quickly look away. That's really all.
and you all follow them forward. Oh. One moment, I think. There you go. You're no longer in darkness.
It's an interesting aesthetic choice, actually. Yeah, we make all our stuff in darkness to really...
You all follow Unifru. By now, perhaps to all of your relief, there are no scientists and staff around in this area. You can see that, however, there is a wide, more open space here. And Yuna gestures and says, "Here's where the regenerative ampules are made, which I am sure you all know better as HP bullets. I can't take credit for these or for this here." And they gesture up above all of you, where you all can see live chickens whose wings and legs are being sliced endlessly. They don't even struggle, as if they don't feel any pain. And you just see that endless conveyor belt of meat, slicing them, healing them, and just continuing on, never ending.
Not gonna
Fire
lie.
looks up
Oh.
and is so.
I was
ahead.
gonna say, Merru looks kind of impressed. He's thinking like, man, that would have been. I would have loved to have something like that. He doesn't say it out loud because he's not talking right now, but he does look kind of impressed.
Pryor actually stumbles into Kai. He looks up, his eyes turn into pinpricks, and he actually almost loses his footing from under him as he like leans backward and tries to catch himself, literally like bumping against Kai's chest as he tries to get his feet under him.
Kai, sort of uses his weight to catch Pryor, and as he's looking up, grimaces a bit, knowing the kind of effect that seeing a scene like this might be on Pryor, knowing what went on in District 23 back in the middle.
What? Well,
Yes. And Yuna's eyes are back on you.
Why?
Why? Well, a coworker of mine came up with this project, and the why is simple. It's an endless supply of high-quality meat. Flesh that is researched and improved through the combined efforts of countless minds, my own included, that provides quality welfare to many. I mean, think about it, right? You know there's many districts where food is sparse, such as District 23 with their barbaric customs.
Well, people always find some way to get the food they need, don't they?
That they do. But wouldn't it be better to supply them food from more ethical sources? And Yuna looks up at the chickens being slaughtered.
Pryor can't stand to turn his head up. And for once, Pryor's shoulders sink slightly more, and he manages to sputter out a meager sound of vague agreement.
Yuna smiles and looks around at the rest of you to see what you all think.
Kai thinks this might be a bit arguably not much better than what he's seen before, but not too horribly perturbed by it. He's mostly concerned about the effect that it's having on Prior, and also that cute little comment about the barbaric customs back in District 23, side-eyeing Merru after that comment is made. Just
Merru-
checking in on him.
Merru can feel the side eye. He was like, at first he was just kind of like almost nodding along, but then realized how weirdly affected Prior was, and in his mind he's like, am I not supposed to? Is this not cool? And so he kind of goes back to having a neutral expression. And when Kai looks at him, he kind of just tilts his head. I mean, it's not exactly a secret what goes on in District 23. It's not a secret at all. At least from his understanding, it's not. So he doesn't really find much surprise in the comment. I mean, it's a little awkward, but he'll after giving Kai a little head tilt, he just kind of glances away, because he's not exactly sure what the expression on Kai's face is. He's very bad at reading people, and he doesn't want to do anything that or look a certain way that is out of place compared to the rest of them. So.
Miix just Not a way. How do you react to something like that? I think. Go ahead.
No, you can go. You can go.
I think Miix kind of just shocked. I think disgusted. All of the above.
Yuna sees the shock and disgust, kind of looking around you all, and then also has zoned in on Prior's reaction to this, and just says, I thought you'd all be a bit more excited about such an improvement and technological advancement.
Well, the beauty of science is could we leave this place, please?
Does it bother you?
Prior can't help himself from looking up at the chickens. I haven't eaten meat in a very long time.
Well, that's a shame. I suppose for those who don't like meat, this technological advancement wouldn't really help them, but I imagine there's a lot of things people will eat when they're desperate. we can move along. After all, I do have some questions for all of you. And will begin to lead you all out of here. So as you're leaving, you can still hear that machine whirring. And Prior, there's a song that never stops playing in your head.
He holds his lips shut. To anyone else, it might look like he's trying to stop himself from being sick. But he can't let the melody escape his lips. He presses his knuckle to his chin and forces his jaw to remain shut.
And Yuna brings you all to an office area. They turn to you all and sit down on one of the chairs in the room and say, well, how did you all enjoy the tour?
Thank you. Thank you for showing us all of the impressive scientific discoveries that the bright minds of K Corp have thought of. I appreciate you, your superiors reaching out to us and showing interest.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Really. It's a good reminder of... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, you first.
It was a good reminder of how things are in the city.
That it is. I'm glad it could serve as such. I need to go get a few things prepared, but I'll be back soon so we can all sit down and talk about why we've called you here. And with that, will turn and leave, leaving the four of you alone for a moment, although you're all aware of the fact that there are likely cameras everywhere in this place.
Due to the fact that there are cameras, there's no way that Kai is saying anything, but he's got reason to be concerned about everyone else here, and he'll definitely spare concerned glances at all three of them, just to try to see where they're at. But
any steadiness prior. Yeah, any steadiness Prior has gained was knocked out of his sails by that last room. You actually hear him muttering to himself, Stupid, you didn't even look at the technology. You didn't even... Focus.
Miix. Go ahead.
No, Prior is just muttering to himself, his eyes becoming this strange mix between hyper-focused and glancing anywhere but in the present moment.
Miix, at this point, is the one to look up, sort of having seen Prior. As he is now, they say, we're going to find out why they brought us here pretty soon enough, so just... we all have to be ready for what comes, so...
I think right now, Merru, he honestly, I mean, he could be doing worse. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he didn't like the stuff that was said, but he could be doing worse. I mean, he's once again, just like earlier in the morning, way more concerned with how everyone else is faring. There's a small part of him who would potentially maybe say something to Pryor right now. But as that little like thought comes into his head, he kind of just then remembers the conversation he and Pryor had the day before, where he was told that their relationship is strictly transactional, and he holds his tongue and is honestly, he's just kind of waiting for Yuna to come back. He knows his place is to not speak. And he's going to do as he is expected. He'll play his role because that's the smartest thing he can do to have a chance of getting out here alive. So.
And the familiar footfalls sound as Yuna returns. They have notes in their hand, and they take a seat and sort of gesture to show that the rest of you can take one if you so please and so choose.
Pryor does so.
It's nice to meet you, Miix says as they offer a handshake to each of the people that stepped in.
Oh, no one stepped in with Yuna. It's just Yuna.
Oh, just Yuna. Okay.
Yep, they just grabbed some things, it looks like. Although if any of you want to make a wits insight check.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's the DC?
DC 5.
Never mind. I don't have any insight. I can't do that. Never mind.
I have. Wait, is there anybody that could help?
I mean, how is yours?
How is yours?
I've got 3 insight, 2 wits.
Okay, I will help you.
Okay. You said the DC was 5?
Yep.
Well,
Would
Willpower?
you like willpower?
Sure, why not?
Or do you want to save that?
No, you know what? I think we're gonna go in blind.
All
I think.
In that case, you can't tell fully what their intentions are, but they sit down and they wait to see if any of you do the same before saying, well, let's begin then. And I'm gonna call a brief intermission here, but we will be back in 15 minutes to continue the rest of the session. Thank you so much, everyone who's been chatting and everyone who's been lurking. We really appreciate all of you, and I'm very, very excited for this next part of the session coming up.
Thank you all for watching so far.
Yes!
Wahoo!
Hey.
I love you, viewers.
Same!
Thanks, Shadow.
And tune in after the break for what I'm sure to be an completely normal, completely run-of-the-mill interrogation.
He's lying to you.
Everything will be so chill.
They tried to censor me.
No, everything's like.
Help!
You want me to bark?
Help me!
Oh my
I can-
gosh. And yes, a big thank you to all the players. They are all incredible. And I am so excited for what I'm about to put them through. But don't worry about it. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be good. Be right back, everyone! And thank you all so much again.
Fans, that's real.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me. And I'm very excited for us to get back into it.
Yay! But
yes. And we have a little recap here for everyone of what happened before. So, you now eat Yuna. Yuna
That's the plan.
has returned,
No.
has their notebook ready, and is sitting down facing all of you. You all see them wearing that smile. And they seem to be all right, just making sure the audio's all good. They seem to look down and then look up at all of you. So, how have you all enjoyed your stay in K Corp so far?
It's been interesting. You really pulled out all the stops for us, which is something we can all appreciate.
Well, of course. Your guests here.
It's.
I figured. or-
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, we've only been here for a short while, but we appreciate the hospitality, and putting your best foot forward in interacting. It's appreciated.
Of course, we want to give our finest hospitality to all of you here.
If I may ask, I'm sure this is the part of the tour where we start to talk about the main reason why you brought us here. And Miix at this point is sort of like finally like regain their composure as they like sit up straight. And look at Yuna fully. I'm sorry if that's a little too forward, but it's probably for the best that we get right to it.
No, I do agree. So, management. That's the name of your mercenary group, isn't it? The one that employs you all and that you're registered under?
Prior
What sort of... Oh, he looks...
smiles and says, "That is correct. We're
You can forgive our original founder's puns, but, well, any crisis that requires direct and confident action, well, you want to bring in management for that.
I see. And, what sort of tasks do you tend to all do and be hired for? I've noticed the equipment at your disposal, and you can see them eyeing the ego suits and weapons.
Well, obviously, we're not fixers, so a lot of our work is more retrieval in nature. You could call us researchers, just like you. We go into places other people aren't willing to go into, and we find things. And if the client wants them, we return them. And if they don't, well, we can get our payday on the secondary market, can't we?
I see. Yuna writes down a couple things and then looks back up and says, "But before this, you all worked for Lobotomy Corporation, did you not?"
There it is. Pryor's brows knit, and his smile drops. It looks like he's thinking for a minute, so if any of the other managers want to hop in, Pryor is clearly working through his next move.
Well, I'm not sure where you've heard about something like that. I mean, say you just have us confused for someone else.
Well, a few reasons. You couldn't expect us, not to keep tabs on the employees of a corporation we had a vested interest in, given our cooperation. There's the fact, too, the biggest fact, actually, that all of you are wearing ego.
Nothing gets past your shrewd eyes, does it, Yuna?
No.
Well, I admit if you were hoping that the collaboration of L Corp and K Corp would mean anything, I can let you know that any former affiliations were severed. And we certainly were never high enough on the totem pole that we would have had any more contact with K Corp than a bullet flying from a turret.
I see. I figured I may as well ask because you four are aware, are you not, that there are other survivors from L Corp?
Survivors implies that we were still with them when he makes a vague gesture because he doesn't know the specifics and he's trying to cover it up.
Can you make me a manipulation subterfuge? Or you can argue for a different role if you feel one would fit better.
May I argue for a manipulation persuasion in this case? Because Pryor... Now, I know the classic thing is, if you have to argue it's not subterfuge, it's probably subterfuge. But in this particular case, he genuinely doesn't know what happened, and he's correct that we weren't there for the end of all things. He is sticking to technical truths.
I will allow that. I will allow that because it's not technically a lie, given you don't know.
He is using manipulation because he's trying to push away from details that he can't possibly answer questions about, but he is sticking to what he knows is persuasive truth, which is you if you're asking us for details about the end, we don't know them. I don't suppose my fame affects Yuna in any way.
You know what? I'll let your fame affect Yuna.
Oh boy. All right, then I will take those 2 extra dice.
The middle might not have a presence in K Corp, but I'm sure that Yuna has heard of the fingers.
Prior is an authority figure. They're speaking at the same level. Oh, that's not fantastic, so I'm gonna spend a willpower.
Ooh.
Fred, I didn't give you a DC. It is DC 4 to be.
Oh, well, that's 3 successes. Prior, I know exactly how he plays this. Prior goes on and says, if you're asking for details about how everything ended, we have no better idea than anyone else. I mean, just the whole affair. There were too much of everything going on, and as the facility sunk, and Pryor stops himself as he realizes he's fucked up, and then tries to push on. We were one of the first ones out, so anything past that is beyond our notice.
You see Yuna writing things down, and there's a knowing gleam in those eyes. And they'll say, I see. Well, I'm sure you'll all be happy to hear that you're not the only ones who made it out of the Hutter L Corp branches, at least. But you're the only ones I've seen walking around with that sort of equipment on. At least from what I've heard.
And what have you heard?
Oh, I know much the same as you all do, I'm sure. I mean, I wasn't there for when it sunk. Actually, that is a good question. What was it like? And Yuna's kind of staring more intently now. Their eyes flicker between the 4 of you. And they kind of tilt their head and say, what was it like being there when it happened?
Pryor is silent, and his feet are firmly planted on the ground.
I don't know if that's an appropriate topic of discussion.
I think so. It's important for us to know all we can about what happened to L Corp.
I don't know if our... I don't know if that's something that specifically is so important.
Oh. My apologies for bringing up memories you'd rather not recount.
As I said, we didn't know there were other survivors, so you can forgive us for not having looked back when everything happened.
You really haven't run into any these past years.
I can tell you with complete honesty, I have never run into another former member of L Corp since the facility fell.
Yuna is looking at you intensely and then nods, writing something down.
Most likely, without the knowledge of how to maintain their ego gear, many of them fell into corrosion. We saw many such cases in Calw. Those who do not know how to safely maintain, equip, and use ego gear are often consumed by their own equipment.
I see. And is, corrosion something any of you have had to worry about? And you see Yuna's eyes flicker to Miix.
You ask a question whose answer you can clearly see.
I just wanted to confirm. You don't seem to be, rampaging, though?
My corrosion is unique.
Corrosion becomes harmful when an abnormality attempts to replace one's personality with their own. In many cases, corrosion is more symbiotic.
Yuna nods at that, jots some more things down, and then says, so these creatures, these abnormalities, I believe they're called, they seem to be such intriguing subjects, and they're the ones that ego is made from?
Pryor considers the words carefully and then smiles and says, well, that's all information regarding the singularity of L Corp, and as far as I'm aware, that's now the property of the head, and not mine to disclose, is it?
Ah, right, of course. Our singularities.
I'm rather curious. Did K Corp have to deal with any patent issues, what with the fall of L Corp and a lot of their shared advancements they made in healing technology?
Oh, that is classified information. I hope you'd understand. Above my
course.
rank, even.
I understand completely. I do hope you understand, though, that now that we've established that there is certain information we just can't speak on, you're gonna have to accept that answer from us every now and again.
I see. Well, I expected as much. Given from what I'm aware, none of you held very high-ranking positions.
Pryor shrugs his shoulders, as I said from the beginning.
In that case, I do want to ask, with these abnormalities you had to deal with, did you ever read some books about them?
What?
Kai also looks confused.
Pryor is not good at insight, but that's a really weird question.
Yeah.
Can one of y'all make a check on that?
Any of you want to make a wits insight check on that?
Yes.
I, my goat. Let me help.
Well, I mean, we don't know. We don't know if I'm going to be goaded or not. What's the DC on this?
DC 4.
I'll try.
think Miix can give you an assist.
I can, I will, I
Thank
shall.
you.
Beaming the smart rays into your brain. What? Okay.
You just beam stupid into my head, bro.
Listen, just crit.
What is
just
this? Some kind
just
of
will.
Just
ruined library?
willpowering.
Just willpower?
Yeah, just
Listen, you're just gonna crit.
You want me to? Okay, I'll willpower.
yes,
Sure.
yes.
Yeah, no, of course.
Thank you.
I'm gonna crit.
You're gonna crit.
I'm gonna crit.
Got
You're gonna
this.
crit.
So close.
Close.
Okay. May I propose a success at a cost?
Yes. Yes.
If I mean, this would be up to Kai if he takes it, but Kai reveals what Yuna's intentions are, but accidentally tips his hand that he has absolutely no clue what the hell Yuna is talking about at all. Basically, they both fail an insight check against each other. Or rather, they both succeed on an insight check against each other.
Absolutely works. Kai, are you good with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I did already say he makes a confused face.
My
I feel
goat
like
is
she-
never washed. He doesn't fail once.
All right. This question seems to have come out of nowhere. I will give you this, treating this as a success that then has a negative side effect. You can tell at this point, somehow Yuna knows about abnormalities, knows about ego, and if Yuna does, you imagine K Corp does. They somehow have this information. You would know there's not books on the abnormalities. That doesn't seem to make any sense based on your knowledge. There are like records of the abnormalities. There are logs of the abnormalities. Book seems like a very weird word and a very weird slip up for Yuna to have made. It's almost as if Yuna is trying to figure out something regarding all of you, but you have no clue what Yuna could be trying to figure out. You just know Yuna is trying to subtly ask something.
Prior is going to try and capitalize on this momentary lapse and actually push Yuna and say, I understand that we are exchanging information, but I feel that in this particular case, you've perhaps come a little bit too forward at us. This was originally, and Prior knows it isn't, but he knows that there's a social convention here. Originally, this was supposed to be a social call where, of course, K Corp was offering us a gilded tour in return for our assistance. And quite frankly, if you're going to come and ask us if we have physical records or knowledge, you're going to have to be a little more clear. Because otherwise, and Prior narrows his eyes, you're showing your hand a little too much, Yuna.
Yuna hears that and just smiles and says, my apologies. And there is a look in their eyes, if any of you want to make another wits insight, as they say, I thought there might have been information you all knew, but I see now that you don't. So there's no reason for me to dawdle on this point.
I have not been rolling well on wits insight, so I don't.
You're the only one who has. I have 3 total.
Okay. You know, third time's the charm?
I'm always with you.
You're always with me. What'd you say the DC was, sorry?
It is DC 4.
Right.
Could
Okay.
I make a persuasion roll? Could I have made a persuasion roll there to try and lower the difficulty of that insight check, considering Prior was trying to push Yuna into giving a more genuine reaction?
Yes, yes, you may do so.
I can help with that too.
Alrighty. I will. Can I make that a? I guess it would still be a manipulation because Prior's trying to get a rise out of Yuna.
It would be.
Oh man, I'll spend another point of willpower. Prior
my
needs
gosh.
a win right now.
I will say for every 2 success, I lower it by 1 was going to be what I
Okay.
said. So
4
We're
successes.
so back.
DC 2, wits insight.
Okay.
What's the DC?
2.
DC 2.
Statistically.
Statistically.
I believe in Kai. I believe in Kai here.
Oh my god, just made
Statistically.
it.
Let's
Go!
We did it.
You finally hit one.
We are so rattled. Like,
You realize Yuna was not asking about physical books. I will give you that in that moment with that wit's insight. Yuna seems to be wanting to change the topic of conversation because they realized based on your reactions and based on what Prior said, it seems like they know you all have no idea what they're talking about, and they'd like it to stay that way. It is not physical information that Yuna is looking for.
We've answered a lot of questions, Yuna. Why don't you answer one of ours?
Alright.
You were curious about what it was like when the facility fell. But, well, after we got away, things changed pretty quickly in the city. What happened to the other survivors?
I mean... Oh.
Prior, yeah, Yuna goes to speak and Prior clears his throat that he wasn't finished. You must have interviewed more than just us. I mean, as you said, K Corp and L Corp were right beside each other. Metaphorically, of course.
You must understand that, Thank you for the gift sub! Thank you! Most of these survivors, I don't know them personally. It's things I've heard, things I've seen. I don't handle all of the interviews that we do. So, I don't really have any specific information that I can give you.
A shame.
Right, well... Isn't that convenient? So what's next?
Yuna looks down at what's written there, taps their pen against the page, and says, "Where have you all been traveling before this? I'm just especially curious, given, well, as we've established, you all haven't run into any other survivors before."
Well, we've been around. Honestly, we haven't been traveling much. I mean, we basically know the important footnotes of our journey. We went to Calw, and now we're here.
Ah, yes, Calw. Well, actually, I have a couple questions on that. We'll get to Calw in a moment. But it's been years. Where exactly have you been journeying to? I hadn't heard of management before now, but there's a lot of low-grade offices, so I'm not fully surprised by the fact I hadn't.
That's one of those questions that you'll just have to accept we have no answer for.
You have
Classified.
Oh?
Do you really think that we would reveal our location so easily? I could give away valuable client data. We are paid for our discretion, Yuna.
I can respect that. As I'm sure all of K Corp does.
Speaking of K Corp,
Yes.
I apologize, I didn't get a chance to ask it during our foray into the laboratory. I have to ask, are the rumors true? Do the healing bullets really heal any injury?
I mean, they should, as long as the brain is intact.
Because of, I heard some rumors out on the street. It's all nanotech, right?
That it is.
How did the nanobots know how to fix someone, though? I mean, all that information in just a little vial of green liquid? And Pryor is staring daggers into Yuna.
Yuna is going to make a quick roll.
Pryor sees an opening. Yuna can make that roll, but Pryor has a theory in his mind about what K Corp singularity is. It's based on conjecture, but he's trying to put the pieces together. K Corp worked closely with L Corp. Pryor knows for certainty that K Corp's healing bullets are not nanotechnology. It's the goop themselves, there's something chemical about it. He knows that while partnering with L Corp, they developed different kinds of bullets for different technologies. And they're so curious about documentation on abnormalities. Pryor isn't stupid. He's put two and two together. K Corp is using one of L Corp's old abnormalities to make their healing bullets. It's the only answer that makes sense.
Yuna looks unperturbed by this and says, I mean, I can't go divulging all the ways, and I'm sure it might be a bit over your heads how it all works.
Pryor smiles and says, well, you know, our corporations shared many secrets between them, I'm sure. And I can imagine it's more difficult than ever to produce those bullets without L Corp's assistance.
Oh, we've been managing.
Sure you have.
Well, when you can't excel, managing is enough.
I don't think you need to worry about how K Corp is faring.
Pryor seems a little frustrated that his line of attack hit a wall, but he pivots quickly. Turning back to his allies, he looks between them and says, "Well, I think you know just about everything except where we were born and what our favorite lunches are. I don't understand why a bunch of old employees are your biggest concern in K Corp, but..."
Oh, you're not. It's simply the fact that, well, old L Corp employees running around in ego, turning up in Calw. Which, I did need to ask you all about. I hope you don't mind us looking over you to just ensure you haven't taken any property of ours there.
Think that we'd show up to K Corp with stolen augments?
I don't think you'd be foolish enough to, but just as a precaution.
Paranoia doesn't suit you.
Oh, it's not paranoia.
You know what? Prior is actually going to put his foot down. He uncrosses his legs and leans forward and says,
"I hope you can understand that we have been nothing but gracious guests. We, with no promise of formal compensation, responded to your director's letter, only to be met with an assistant acting on her behalf, at which point we were promised a tour, which mainly involved having to listen to gossiping employees gawk about us behind our back, before we were stuck in your office after a paltry snack was provided to us, and then grilled on a traumatic and deeply, deeply personal part of our history. So I hope you can forgive me when I ask this, but is there a point to you also accusing us of being thieves, or does K Corp treat all their guests this hospitably?"
Yuna is gonna make another quick roll. They take all that you say. They take it sitting there, smiling. And all they say in response is, "I'm simply doing what I've been asked to do. I'm sure you can take it up with our director afterwards, if you have any issues."
Prior grits his teeth, stands up, and rolls up the sleeves of gaze, and allows himself to be searched.
Yuna walks up to you, looks over you, and as they poke the ion gaze.
Prior reacts by, like, one of his eyes twitching, and, like, his head, like, curls back a little bit.
Fascinating. There's a look in their eyes as they kind of peer into the keyhole, but then they pull themselves back and say, "No, you're all good." All right. Which one of you next, then?
Kai will step up to plate and, do the, kind of like when you're going through an airport, sort of like arms up and, legs spread like you're about to get x-rayed or pat down, and just kind of take whatever.
Yuna looks over, pats you down. Again, you can see them eyeing the fluff and particularly the sharp claws of your weapon that you wear. And then they just nod and say, all good. And look between Miix and Merru. Actually, they look to Miix first, before Merru.
Miix is silent and then stands up and walks over right up to Yuna. Very close. Go ahead.
Yuna's inches from you. For a moment, it looks as if they're about to reach out and touch your horns. But then they instead do the search, do the pat down, and say, nope, you're all good too.
I'm surprised you contained yourself.
What can I say? I'm a researcher. As much as I'd like to, I can stay professional, but it's really fascinating.
Remember that curiosity killed the cat, Yuna.
But didn't satisfaction bring it back?
That's only if that's enough to satisfy you. And Miix steps away.
And you? Yuna looks at Merru.
Merru will take half a second and then stand up. He'll unbutton the collar of his of Magic Bullet, and when he puts his hands out, kind of like everybody else did, for the first time, you can kind of really see him being a bit more openly anxious because he wasn't expecting to get patted down. And like I said earlier, one day isn't really enough to get over what happened to him and Calw. Where, I think, we know what happened in Calw. But he tries to keep a neutral face. And he doesn't say a word because he knows he's not meant to speak here. And he just waits.
Yuna looks over you, and as they do, you notice that they linger longer on your prosthetics. And for the first time, they finally actually look at you again in the face, talking to you and say, I'm surprised those are already fixed up.
Merru, his prosthetic eye does glitch at that. But he defiantly actually doesn't respond. Because if they didn't want him to speak earlier, he's not going to just suddenly start speaking now. He's been good. He's been good until now. But there's only so much you can do before he starts getting a little annoyed. So he doesn't say anything, but he just looks Yuna in the eye. His own glitching a bit.
They see the glitching, and they just kind of... It seems like they're murmuring to themselves, but you have a feeling they're speaking loudly enough you can hear and say, I wonder if that's from the damage, or if that's just from it being a faulty prosthetic.
Merru, you can see like he goes to open his mouth and then harshly bites down on his lip and continues his silence.
Yuna spins, sits back down in the chair, and says, well, good. I don't see any signs of any of our property on all of you.
Prior is defeated. His eyes are still defiant, but he has realized he has absolutely no power in this situation. Yuna is stone cold, unbreakable, and it's all Prior can do to look out the window with those 3 eyes on his cheek and, under his breath, speak loud enough for everyone to hear. I am so glad you've gotten everything you wanted out of this.
Well, I mean... We still have a few orders of business to go over, but I think that's most of what we needed to discuss. Yuna kind of scans over what they have written down again, looks back up, and says, well, we just need to clear a few things up with your, representative here. And Yuna's looking right at Prior when they say that.
Prior crosses his arms and frowns. I don't suppose I have, Fine. Might as well just be me anyway. He'll turn to the others and say, I'll finish up here.
I hope this won't take too long, Yuna.
Oh, it shouldn't take too long at all. If you'll just come with me, and the rest of you can wait here. And Yuna will stand.
Prior will stand as well, and he's clearly tense, but with this sureness to his movements. He is not going to be caught unaware. There is nothing Yuna can do to surprise him. He has clocked that Yuna is a threat and dangerous, but he knows the rules of the game. And Yuna can't try anything unless Prior does something stupid first. And he actually gives the other members a small thumbs up and just turns to look at them over his shoulder with a clear, crystal, sharp expression. I'll handle it as I always do. You all can count on me.
See you in a bit.
I nods in acknowledgement at that, and well, they're in a waiting room. There's seats. He'll sit back down.
Merru also gives a small nod of understanding.
And, Prior, do you follow them?
Prior sucks in one last breath of air, straightens his back again, smooths out the creases on gaze, and follows behind Yuna with militant, heavy steps.
As Yuna leads you down the hall and to another lab, you come across, suddenly, a woman who approaches Yuna and you. She is dressed in K Corp's white coats. She looks just like any of the other K Corp scientists would, blending in among them. She pulls Yuna to the side and they whisper for a moment, as you can see the two of them talking. And Prior, it's hard to get a good look at her until she starts to approach you. But then she turns, and you see this researcher here. She has short brown hair, and there is a tired look under her eyes, and her hair is pulled up in these two little bun-eared, like almost bunny-eared pigtails of sorts. And she'll say, can you come with me, please?
Prior looks her up and down, completely dismissively, and looks back over to Yuna and says, I thought our business wasn't concluded. Treating this researcher the same way that Yuna was treating Merru, frankly.
Oh. You see, she's here to take over where I finished. Don't worry, you're in good hands, I'm sure.
Just make sure that my team is waiting for me when I'm finished. I don't want any more delays.
I'll be sure of that. Yuna nods to you with that grin they're always wearing and heads off. And
Prior watches them go with complete and utter disdain. He looks down at the smaller woman. You had business with me.
Yes, I'm...
Come on, speak up.
Right, give me one moment, and I'm here to take over where they left off.
Prior is so fucking sick of these K Corp researchers. They've been treating him like shit all day. And finally, as much as he hates to admit it, shit has flown downstream enough that one of them seems to actually understand that he could crush them with a thought. He knows it's wrong to let off steam. But they're K Corp. So fuck it. They probably deserve it. Well, if I am in such hands as yours, I will be sure to be very, very quick with my business. I don't have a lot of time to spend on you. So if you could finish up whatever asinine, half-cocked reason you have to delay me from my actual objectives, then we can both get on with our lives.
Prior, she was reaching into her pocket, probably to grab one of those notebooks, you presume. Quiet, as you tore into her with that. And all of a sudden, you hear this.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Prior doesn't hesitate. In the half a second it takes her to reach into her coat, Life for Daredevil is in his hand and out of his sheath. He is ready to block, guard, or chop off her hand if he needs to. Don't fucking try me. I might not be able to strike first, but you'll be dead before you try whatever you're doing. If Alfonso wanted me dead,
I think she would have sent a better assassin than you to do it.
There is the rustling of a chain and soft laughter. She looks up at you with those eyes, and you see now that you know this woman. You know her very well. It's been a long time since you've seen her. Back in the middle, back when you had that little family of yours, there was someone you needed to treat the bodies, to treat the people who, when you went too far, and you hadn't meant to do that much damage to them. Alfonso's not the only person who wants you dead.
There's a clattering of metal as life for a daredevil slips from Pryor's grip and hits the ground. Doc?
She surges forward, and you feel something stab into your side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you, Doc. What are you? Who are you?
Do you care to recall me now?
You look so much older.
And you look the same.
He should apologize. He opens his mouth to apologize, and his tongue turns to green slime inside of his mouth. As he looks down at his side,
There's an ampule there. One of the K Corp ones, but something feels off about it. Your body, it feels like it's beginning to melt, to crumble, to decay. And then the music kicks in.
stumbles back, and he hears it in his head. His skin slows off of his body in heavy, weighty green chunks. He coughs, and more seems to clog his throat. His limbs begin to melt. And as he goes to cry, the sound of an opera begins to escape his throat. This beautiful, harmonious sound that to him is every beautiful performance he's ever heard. But to Yuna, she hears a very different sound. Grinding meat seems to echo out of Pryor's mouth. And as his skin slows green and awful, something terrible begins to happen. As flesh cracks through his bones and begins to try and regrow around him, something deep inside of him refuses to die. His lungs pop inside of his chest
and fresh ones inflate to fill the empty space. As the decay ampule tears at his flesh, it reveals ancient middle augmentations, burnt out and scarring as flesh tears through them to regrow around his bones again and again. It is a meat grinder somewhere inside of his bones, filling the cracks. Prior is falling apart, but death is still too good for him. You did this to me. Why? I'm dying.
You really are asking me why I did this to you? Everything is crumbling because of you, Prior. My life, Vienna, and her little brother's lives, Kai's life, the lives of all the little family. You ruined us, you ruined me. She stands over you, and you always towered above her.
Prior's kneecaps give out, and he slumps into a half-fleshy, half-green pile at her feet. I need Kai. Where is Kai? Kai.
Don't speak his name. Don't act like you want him to come save you after everything you've done to him, that you're still doing to him. I don't even know why he's still with you.
I can change. I can still change.
You can't. You can't change. You know, when I heard you had died, that you were gone, do you want to know how I felt? I felt relieved, because the world was rid of a festering wound that wouldn't heal, that refused to be treated, that couldn't get better, and just took and took and took from everyone around it until they had no more to give. You can't change. You didn't even know who I was, and you were still prepared to cut me down, weren't you, just now?
I need to live. I can't die here. Not like this. What's it? Help me. What did I get? His eye pops out of his skull and turns into sludge on the ground, green pouring from his now partially revealed skull as he tries to drag his bones and augmentations across the ground, away from Yuna, away from Doctor, away from his past. If he reaches the door, they'll save him. He just needs to get to the managers. But he's not moving. There's not enough muscle left to move him.
I'll let you go for that door. It might take a while. I know you've stolen a lot of people's time and a lot of people's lives. But you can go out there, where everyone will watch you die, and you'll be exposed for who you really are. You know what will happen? They'll all cheer. They'll all cheer, and no one will mourn your death. You've committed a lot more than just one sin. You are a disease, and your victims have decided you need to be treated.
Prior, with all his remaining strength, rolls onto his back. His arms are basically bones held together by goop. His legs are non-functional and twisted. His chest is the final battleground, his head barely preserved, as the sound of grinding meat is so hot and loud, it seems like the audio waves will burn a hole through his chest, revealing whatever it is at his core that is keeping him alive. He can't even look at her anymore. For all he tried to do to change it, he is gonna die here. He's gonna die alone in the basement of K Corp, with no one who loves him, no one who trusted him, and having let down everyone, like he always has. He lets out a single horrific I could have, right? I could have changed. I could have changed.
No, you couldn't have.
Prior feel this warmth as the truth washes over him. When he speaks, his voice is crystal clear, too clear. I tried so hard, to undo it all. The rivers of blood, that endless sound of screaming meat. I scraped off my taste buds with a knife, just so I'd forget how their flesh tasted. But it always came back, succulent and beautiful. Fresh nerves are even more tuned to the taste. That inescapable taste of a screaming, churning, grinding corpse and the music it made. Oh, the music it made. It inscribed itself on my soul. The illness took root. No. I never got rid of it. Never did. Not properly. I should have ripped all the profane skin from my body. I should have bathed in acid until all my muscles were atrophied and I was just bones. You have to burn out a disease from the roots. You have to find the source. Until there was a new prior, a better prior, clean of sin. Some sicknesses go even deeper than the bone. They're burrowed into the soul. It's a part of you. All of us. Every last one of us. Sickness of ambition. Just wanted to find a cure for what was wrong with me. To what drove me to do such disgusting, inexcusable things. I had to show that I was getting better. I was becoming more than I was before.
There is a voice, a woman's voice. One you don't recognize, but is somehow familiar. Well, did you?
Thing worked. Not for very long. And I have so much longer to suffer. It'll never, ever last long enough to matter.
You looked hard, didn't you?
I looked everywhere.
I turned every last inch of that facility over. And I learned so much. But nothing lasts. My empires, they crumble. I am left in ruin, and I am left in the sand with nothing but a plaque to my name.
Look at yourself. How do you feel?
I see the same monster. It's always been there. Prior raises skeletal, churning flesh-strewn hands. They are not the hands of a human. He's haunted me from the moment I understood that a mirror showed my own reflection. I am a barely human thing, hiding among people. I'm a parasite.
Look at her. What do you see?
To the doctor's horror, Prior finds the strength to raise a shaking, bony, metallic hand. She's just the same as me. She's terrified too. She hasn't changed one bit. She won't grow, and neither will I. The past defines us. No one will ever change. The cycle cannot be broken.
What do you think of yourself, Prior?
I'm a sore. An open wound bleeding the city dry. They all hate me. And they always will. They all know I can't change. No one can. Prior's head sinks back to rest on the ground. Every attempt to change is just forestalling the inevitable fall.
An infection bringing about a doomed empire, forever stuck rolling over a kingdom of corpses. That is the shape of your heart and desire, isn't it?
Yes. I cannot change. So there is no wrong in knowing and being content in what I am. If I have a role to play, then I will not run from the stage. I will be the monster I was doomed to be, and be it proudly, without regret or a shred of hesitation. Until the city who cursed me crumbles like everything else I've ever controlled.
Then it can be as you wish.
Flesh grows faster. Something inside of Prior finally feels right. He gives into it. He gives away that stupid thought that any of this mattered to begin with. He pushes off the ground with muscles growing faster than decay can match. Because a monster does not die so easily, and not to someone as insignificant as the worm before him. As he rises, there is the sound above of shattering concrete as something drops floor after floor, and as he rises before the doctor, he spreads his arms out and accepts his fate. As a cross plummets from the atmosphere above, tearing through the facility and impaling itself through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Blood splatters out of his body, and he opens his mouth to scream. Scream! A scream that will be heard through the entire city until everyone understands. He needs help.
And we return to the three of you waiting in that office. Or at this point, I imagine, the three of you have been told to head to the entrance. You all were waiting in that office. Yuna eventually came back. But you all did have a moment while waiting to talk amongst yourselves. Not aware of what's going on deep below.
We're almost out of here. And then we don't have to look back. We can just get the hell out of here.
Don't you think it's weird?
What? There's been like 5 different things, probably more, that I think is weird here.
Well, not like that. Yeah, things have been weird, but things have been.
How obsessed they seem with all of us, specifically Prior? Yeah, I think that's fucking weird.
I expected things to go way wrong way sooner. There's gotta be a catch, right?
Well, we can't be sure that nothing's happening. I don't trust them. I don't know what's happening to Prior, but I don't like it one bit.
Let's hope he hurries up.
Once we're out of here, go ahead.
I don't. How long has it been now? We don't have any way of checking the time, but I feel like it's been a little bit. No.
Yeah,
a few
that's
minutes.
why. Oh.
Yuna looks to all of you and says, "We can head to the entrance now."
Oh, welcome back.
Where is he?
Where's Prior?
He has a few things to finish up with one of our fellow researchers, but you'll meet him all there, I'm sure.
Again, Merru's been good until now, but he he's not very trusting.
We would like to travel to the entrance with our compatriot. I'm sure you understand, Yuna. Miix says, and at this point they've gotten up and walked up to Yuna. Not as close as they had been when they were doing the inspection, but still pretty close. Their arms crossed and they furrow their brow. Because at this point, they are riding on adrenaline and fear as best they can to put on this facade of bravery. And they say, I'm sure we could just go to where Prior is and leave together.
He will be with you all again soon.
Why not now?
There are a few things that still need to be handled. But if you all would just come with me.
You know what I don't like, Yuna?
Oh?
Your arrogance. That look on your face. Like you know how everything's gonna play out. That little smirk you make every time you say everything. But fine. Fine. It's not like we have a fucking choice.
I'm glad you're aware of that fact. Oh, and you are mistaken on one point. I don't know how everything will play out. But come along, and Yuna will lead you all back towards the entrance. Turn and say, well, we can wait for him here. I know you three would never want to leave without him, of course.
How much longer is this? Are these things that need to be taken care of going to take?
Yuna kind of makes a humming noise at that and says, I'm not sure. It's out of my hands completely.
I doesn't like that answer, and I think he kind of moves his weight from foot to foot a little bit, kind of as like an anxious tick, because, you know, he doesn't want their party separated. That has happened once before, and it went horribly wrong. You know, especially when it's prior.
As you're all waiting here, near K Corp's entrance, you all see the scientists and staff members around suddenly drop what they're holding and pause in what they're doing. And then you hear murmurings from all of their mouths, almost like prayers. There's a religious fervor in these people's eyes, and a tremble of anticipation through their bodies. And they all seem to be moving in almost a communion procession towards something, hands folded as if in prayer.
Uh, God.
You know, what did you do?
Yuna actually like kind of scoots behind all of you seeing this and is like, kind of has a look like, you know what? I'm gonna make another roll real quick. Yuna looks completely unfazed. But you can see that they have shoved both of their hands in their pockets.
What's going on?
I'm not sure Kai has anything to say. He's just frantically looking around. You know, we're in the lobby. It's very crowded. This is like presumably dozens, if not like more than 100 people that have entirely stopped what they're doing and have fallen to their knees in prayer.
I think Merru, his eyes are also widening because what the fuck? Like actually what? And he probably instinctively probably grabs onto Kai's sleeve. And because Kai's the one who's right next to him, and he's just like, I knew this was gonna get really bad.
Miix, I think, positions themselves in front of the other two, and in a panic, they put one hand across, like just like in front of the others, just shaking out of and scared out of their mind because they have no idea what's going on, but they know at this point they have it's a feeling, sure, but they know it has to be related to what happened to Prior. They just are waiting, terrified to see what is causing all of this chaos.
How do the lights look? Oh, Mr. DM.
The lights? I feel that at this moment, suddenly, you all see that the lights begin to flicker. The power goes out. And the drones in the room, the guards go tense, but the drones in the room all go haywire. You can hear the noise of them being cut out.
In the distance, there's the sound, very faintly, of shattering concrete. Then, slightly closer, and then closer again. A blue pulse, barely visible, washes over all the praying, weak researchers. And though it touches you, your minds are far too sturdy to be put in its sway. But there is a message. There is a feeling. And it whispers to you in the back of your mind, in that same place Prior did when he would reach out to try and pull you out of your mind's worst moments. Fear not, my brothers and sisters. Come and embrace your emperor, and let us leave this world and enter a new one, where we may all, yet again, play beautiful music together.
There is a deafening crack as the wall shatters. Corpses are strewn about, bits of viscera clinging to this massive figure that drags itself on heavy chains across the floor. In its hand, a barely living K Corp guard squirms in his grip. His other hand gone completely. A nub of an arm with piercing thorns ripping through it. Decay ampules litter the back of this creature's body, but it does not slow in the slightest. Blue hair and many eyes watch as it enters the room and screams. And every mortal in the room reaches out and begins to stumble towards him.
And combat begins. What do you all do?
Run?
Should run. That
Game's over, guys. We run.
funnily enough, you say that. If any of you turn to look behind you, Yuna is gone.
Oh
Yeah,
my
figured.
god.
That
Okay, so paint the picture just of the entire room. Where are we? Are we right next to the doors? Are we like,
Are we right next to what was prior?
yeah, like how? What are we cooking with?
You all are near the entrance room.
Mhm.
At this point, the entranceway, the shutters have come down.
Okay.
The entrance is barred. There is the sound of alarms, and you can all hear what sounds like guards mobilizing. You all see a form that resembles Prior. And I would say you all probably are away from him at the moment, but you see all of the researchers that have fallen to their knees as if in prayer approaching him. You see that guard in his hands. And I would say the order of initiative, Prior will probably act first, then Merru, Miix, and Kai. Also, I saw those healing ampules. Those will be very important, both of them. Very soon, I imagine.
Absolutely. Prior is acting first.
That he is.
Absolutely. Has Prior taken damage since the start of the last round?
Prior, I imagine has, considering he's been tearing his way through this facility, being attacked by guards.
Absolutely. As Prior is before you all, his muscles are exposed, the decay ampules ratch off of him, and it looks like saws and buzz saws and knives have cut into his flesh. Yet, before your very eyes, there's this grinding sound from deep within his chest, and his skin simply knits over, restoring him to his wounded and bloody condition. But it looks like all the damage that has been done to him is very easily remade. Nothing these guards can do seems to be able to hurt him. Having reknit his bones, he turns to the closest targets towards him. Who are they? Who's looking at him?
I should ask, are the three of you all looking at him right now?
I mean, I would say it's kind of hard not to be looking at him right now.
Yeah.
Those
Perfect.
three are all looking at you,
Oh, good.
and they're utter more
As you
approaching
look, of course, as the three of you look at Prior, suddenly your necks begin to stiffen. You feel your muscles begin to almost grow hands that hold your bones in place, like a firm finger under your chin, directing your eyes directly back at him.
you are unable to look away from Prior. And Prior sees you. Unless there is a closer target, unless there are any K Corp guards around him, he is going to swing at the closest hostile target, which is Miix, I do believe.
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect. He raises that thorny arm up and swings it back. And as he does, the thorns grow and move and twist until they are a veritable spear reaching out of his arm, and he thrusts it forward. I will ask, is this how the managers are positioned?
I think so, yeah. I did unfortunately say that Miix stepped in front of the other two.
Mm-hmm.
In that case,
I don't know if
as
we're in
the
a line,
thorns-
but that's a really good question. Are we in a line or?
you don't need to be in a line. You just need to be next to each other.
Oh no!
Could I get a DC 7 Dex and Athletics check, please?
I assume you're asking this of all of us.
Up to 3 targets.
Right.
Yep, that's all of you.
Let's see. Well.
Oh god.
Unfortunate. Willpower?
What was the DC again? I'm sorry. I know it was
DC
high.
7.
7. Jesus. Yep. Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay, 4.
Wait, sorry. Are we all rolling?
Yes, we all have to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was looking at the chat for a second.
No worries.
Dex Athletic.
Never had a chance.
Let's see. Okay, DC 7.
Lovely.
I mean, do I re-roll that? I feel like I do. Why not?
Actually, wait. Does reroll? Do you have to pass it or?
No. Margin matters
Okay.
because it's a dodge roll.
Yep.
Awesome.
Oh, well.
All right. So for Miix and Merru, that is going to be. It would be 3 superficial pale damage, but because you are looking at Prior, that is 6 superficial pale damage. And how you take that depends on your ego defenses.
Well,
Um,
sword sharpened with tears, my goat.
I am weak to that.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, Merru, for
Mhm.
you, that means you take that as 6 damage. It is not halved.
Okay. And
So
how
it's
does
6
how does tail work again?
First off, you choose to... So you either lose a maximum box of health or a maximum box of willpower. And then you just can split the damage between the 2 trackers however you so choose.
Okay. I'll lose a thing of willpower. Let's see.
And for you, Kai...
Oh.
Oh. Kai is vulnerable to pale
Yep.
damage.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
So that's 10 pale damage.
Oh, cute.
Aggravated.
Oh my god.
Now, you might want to use your,
Yeah.
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 Scars from a Wolf.
Yeah, Scars from a Wolf. Yeah. Okay,
Oh, yes.
yeah. 5 less damage. That's still so much. Okay.
You still take 5 aggravated damage.
Yes. Awesome.
Remember, it's split between your mind and your body, though.
As the spears pierce through you, you feel this soul-rending, ageless agony pass through you all. This feeling like you're helplessly watching years slip by through your fingers. And as it withdraws the thorn from you, the thought doesn't come from you, but you hear it in your mind that this is what you deserve. You should throw yourselves upon the spikes because the pain will make it easier to endure these horrific, endless years of torment.
And it is at that moment that 2 K Corp healing drones come down, injecting the 3 of you.
Thank God.
Each heal 2 points of health.
Oh, good.
The distortion swings around the barely conscious body of the guard in his other hand and gazes with a different eye upon each of you, and then spreads his arms out. The wound in his chest where the inverse cross has fallen has created this pool of glistening crimson at his feet, and he gestures to it, inviting everyone to partake. And I believe that is the end of Prior's turn.
That it is. And I see the helping hand redeem. There will be someone joining you all at the end of the manager's turns. But first, Merru, what do you do?
Well,
Would you like to look away from Prior?
I feel like that would be smart. I feel like that would be really smart. Yeah. God, I'm trying to think of what on earth I am gonna do. Let's see.
Probably down to Justicia again.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say Merru probably looks down and remembers Justicia wrapped around his wrist. Quickly dons it again.
This is a very important question. Does Merru cover one or both eyes?
Both. He normally covers both of his eyes, unless there's any reason for him to not. So he will cover both eyes. And he's just so taken aback by what the fuck just happened to Prior. But I mean, Prior's attacking them, so it's not like they're safe from him. The only thing he can think of is that he probably should attack here. I'm trying to think. You said Prior had someone in his hand?
Yes, there is an unconscious or barely conscious K Corp guard that looks like they tried to maybe run away, maybe beg for mercy. Prior has them in an iron grip in his offhand. It is sort of just swinging them around completely haphazardly.
Man. Okay. Alright. I'm trying to think. So Merru, he will be attacking here. Would he use Justicia here, though? I don't know if he would, actually. Because he only can use that if he thinks the person's guilty. And he doesn't know what happened to Prior. So he can't say that, that whatever happened is Prior's fault. He has no clue. So I don't think, as much as it would be nice to get a damage bonus, I don't think I could say that Merru would actually use Justicia here, because he doesn't know if... He doesn't have that feeling that Prior is necessarily guilty, because he has no clue.
I would say if Merru doesn't think he's guilty, Merru likely cannot use Justicia here.
Yeah, at least not yet. So I think... Oh man, would he Magic Bullet? Yeah. I guess he pulls out Magic Bullet.
Now, there are a lot of mortals, all approaching Prior.
Oh! Damn it!
They are all
No!
K Corp researchers. So,
No, but there's still people. This is like the worst fight for Merru to be in right now.
How concerned is Merru with these strangers in this in this lab? You know,
Yeah.
That's true.
kind of up. It's up to Merru.
That's true.
Kai personally cares. I don't know if Merru does.
That's true. I mean, Merru doesn't want to. Okay, Merru doesn't want to kill people.
Okay.
He's not the. He doesn't take joy and happiness by the thought of killing people. He never has. How many people are in front of Prior?
there are, I would say, probably like at least in this room, because obviously you want to hit all of them because they're not all in a line. I would say among probably like the 10 to 20 researchers all like flocked about him and the more streaming in, you'd probably have to make it at like -3 dice to try to avoid hitting the one part you're hitting.
Let me ask another question.
Yes.
How tall is Prior right now?
Oh, you know what? That's a Prior question.
Prior, on one knee, is currently about 13 feet.
So if I aimed for, say, his head, would I be able to avoid the researchers who are not 13 feet tall?
Yes, you would. That would be a called shot.
Which would only
Yeah.
be -2 dice.
Okay. Notably, it's never gone wrong. Okay. So that would be 9 dice? 11 minus 2.
Yep.
The difficulty to shoot Prior is only difficulty 3.
Oh.
And now this is a very important question, however. You have Justicia on, and you are looking at Prior, correct? Or are you not? Are you just sort of glancing? Are you trying not to look directly at him?
Yeah, Justicia's on. He's... Because, okay, the thing is, technically, Magic Bullet will hit whatever he targets.
Correct?
So as long as he targets Magic Bullet in the direction of Prior wanting to hit Prior, it should at least go in that direction.
Correct?
He probably is making sure, like, has his eyes on Miix and Kai to make sure that they don't get in his way when he goes to shoot.
That
So
works. So you're not
Okay.
looking at Prior then.
No, because he doesn't need to, technically.
All right.
So I will roll.
Yep, make that roll.
Please, it's only difficulty 3.
Well,
I
mean,
you hit.
it
You
hit.
hit.
Do I willpower that? I only have 2 boxes before I'm impaired.
No.
you
I
hit.
hit.
You
But
hit,
if I
you
got
hit.
one more crit, then it's like no. I hit the hit. I'm
Yeah, you
scared of
hit,
this.
you
I'm
hit.
scared of this guy. I hit the hit.
Would you like to describe what happens, Mr. DM?
Yes. So, you fire Magic Bullet. And it strikes. It strikes where you aimed. It was right for his head, right?
Yeah, I was like wanting to hit him in one of his eyes.
The bullet hits one of his eyes. And it immediately heals as you see one of the mortals that had been clinging to him, lapping up that blood, suddenly drop dead.
Great.
However, as they do, you feel this warmth emanating out from Prior. The sacrifice is necessary. You can all regain a point of willpower.
Thanks.
Thanks.
However, as Prior glances down at the corpse, he's not done with the flesh.
Oh. The mortal begins to rise. And Prior, would you like to describe what they all see?
The body twitches, and you see a crown of thorns begin to snake from the back of their skull, where it has split through their head, growing from the inside. The vines burrow into their eye sockets, and with a popping sound, flowers bloom over their eyes. These beautiful blue, brilliant lotuses that remind you of the eyes of individuals thrown into a meat grinder back in the facility. As the thorns jilt the flesh up, and they rise with their arms outstretched, like family members, welcoming more into the reunion.
Well, I tried.
Yeah.
I tried my absolute best to be good.
All right, let's get out of here,
Someone
guys.
still died. That's just the Merru way, I guess. He tries and
Well-
someone still dies.
Ooh, that's sad.
Yeah, well.
You
anyway, you guys
feel-
turn.
Merru, you feel Prior's eyes upon you. And there's this sense of not guilt, but understanding. But that is all the attention I believe the distortion gives you.
Gotcha. Cool.
Great.
And next,
Awesome.
Miix, it's your turn.
Well, man. You know, for our viewers, just picture the horse looking at the sea and just, man. So, let's see. All right. So, there's a lot of goofy goobers around Prior. And there's probably too many for any feasible duel to happen. And Miix does not want to challenge Prior to a duel anytime soon. So that has just been, that's not possible. So
Now, I will say, you could try to start grabbing people to bring them into the duel. You could try to speak to Prior. You could try to attack Prior.
Miix doesn't care about the people. No, that's not true entirely. I think Oh, this is rough. Well, talking is a free action, so,
That it is.
what do I even say to that thing? Man.
Are you looking at it?
I'm looking at him, thank you very much. But yeah, I'm looking. Does anything wacky or horrifying happen?
Are you gazing at the prior's leg?
I guess. Well, it's because of how huge he is. I think so.
His flesh is crawling over him. It's like there are hundreds of tiny fingers under his skin trying to pull it taut, like fresh bed sheets over a frame, trying to repair damage that very quickly becomes undone as soon as they move away.
Man. All right. Well, so saying great. It's not looking great. See, the easy answer is I just attack. I just move and attack. That way we're not all together. So there are two thoughts in my head.
Yes.
I could move and attack prior. Or I could move and kill some of those mortals. Which I think I don't trust the fact that some of those goovers around him are. But the thing is that.
Miix,
Yes, Mr. DM.
what do you think, as you're deciding what to do, what do you think Prior would want? And what do you hear the funeral telling you to do?
So they want different things. The funeral and prior want different things. I think, though, that is a wonderful suggestion, and I think, in that case, all right. Oh, let's hope this doesn't bite me in the ass. Where do I see the butterflies concentrated most heavily?
Do you mean on which person or what area?
Just whatever group. Like, is it mostly around the people who are idolizing Prior? Is it around the people, is it around Prior himself? Is it like that sort of, I think the funeral will be the one who guides Miix at this point.
The butterflies are mostly clustered about Prior himself, the guard held in his grasp, and those licking off the blood from his skin.
Okay. The guard and the ones licking off his skin. Okay. Man. See, let's hope this is worth something. Is the guard dead?
No, that guard, I believe, is still alive, though Prior can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, they are living. It looks like Prior has broken both of their arms, but otherwise they're in relatively good condition. Though they're
Okay.
probably close to passing out from pain.
Okay. But Pryor has this guard in his hand. That much is true.
Yes.
Which means two things. And how many people are looking up the blood on Pryor's skin?
There are now 4 of them.
4 of them. Okay. We're gonna try and do something that is probably very reckless, and who knows if this will pan out. We're gonna try something. First of all, Miix will move away because staying in a group at this point is a terrible idea. So maybe it's like the other side, like somewhere over here, if that's all right.
Over there. Yep.
And then, as Miix is going to roll to hit. Man, if this doesn't work, this is going to be terrible. Miix is going to roll because they're not sure. They are going to shoot one of the people lapping the blood, and they're going. Well, the butterfly said so. And the unconscious guard.
Alright. You can roll to hit at a DC 2.
Yeah. The first is going to be the unconscious guard. Sorry, I should clarify.
Alright. Now, be aware one of your oh yes. Both of the guns will indeed.
One of my what?
One of yours does white damage, but regardless it will still
still prove
strike.
fatal.
Yes.
Yeah. Alright, gotcha. Awesome. In that case, this is going to be against the unconscious guard. You said the DC is 2?
It is.
Alright.
Or also should be DC 1 now that I think about it. Yeah, that guard is dead.
There is a
Alright.
sickening crack as the guard drops from Pryor's hand, and he releases it as soon as they die. Everyone can regain a point of willpower.
And then...
And
ground.
before your second attack can even happen, thorns burst forth from the dead guard, and they rise as a 4th estranged sibling.
Awesome. Alright, I understand what's going on now. I just need to confirm it. Then with the second, Miix will target the same person. What is the DC to hit?
One of the ones licking the blood, DC 1.
Any of the siblings, yeah. DC 1?
Oh, wait, you're hitting one of the siblings.
Yeah, the one that just stood up.
Oh, gotcha. The one that just stood up?
Yeah.
To hit the sibling, that would be a DC 2.
Gotcha. You know what? I will, because I have to spare. I will do I will use a willpower and reroll.
There is no need,
Oh, cool. Awesome.
as when you hit, the sibling drops, though. There are still 3 of them around him.
Does it get back up at all? Does anything happen?
Yeah, the thorns burst and decay. The puppet strings are cut, and the body falls limp, now just rotting meat on the ground.
Cool. Awesome. And then, if I may describe this whole motion?
Yes, please do.
All right. So, Miix is unsure of what to do. However, unlike Merru, they do not share any kind of apprehension of who to target, especially once they see the butterflies clustered around the people near Pryor. And so Miix decides 2 things. Really one thing, which is they have to understand what those quote-unquote siblings are. they have to make sure that they come back from being killed. So they decide to shoot the guard because that is someone with broken limbs. Theoretically should be useless. So, and if they do come back, then Miix will just kill him. So Miix, having decided that whole play in their head, begins to break off into a sprint because they don't want to be near the others in case another big, large AoE attack happens. And they sort of like run across the room. And as they're running, they point the Solemn Laments straight at the guard and shoot. And one bullet flashes, bursts past and strikes the guard in the middle of the head. You sort of see the butterfly trails. And immediately as Prior drops, and we sort of see the thorns come jutting out, the other bullet slams through the sibling's head. And Miix skids to a stop. Maybe even like, not necessarily cover, but just like maybe near like a pillar or something, just to like get whatever minute cover they could, even if it's not a lot.
And Miix does that. Kai, it's your turn. What do you do?
And do you look at Prior?
He's cooking.
Oh.
Also, real quick, if I may interrupt, just out of curiosity.
Yes.
A question for our friend Prior here.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Is, like, the distortion saying anything?
It's you can see its mouth is mostly covered by these thin but staying strands of flesh, though you will note you heard Prior's voice in the back of your mind when that blue wave pierced over you. The figure before you appears to be in absolute total agony, yet you also sense this resignedness to it, this lack of fighting against it anymore.
Gotcha. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No.
I am
Kai,
so
if you wanted
sorry.
to.
No, my mic was muted. Thanks for interrupting, else I wouldn't have noticed for another like 20 seconds. Sorry, okay. Kai can't tear his eyes from Prior. I don't think he could if he tried. I think he's gaping in horror. Seeing him like this. Sweat drenches him under his ego gear, and he might be crying, but I don't think he notices if he is. Seeing someone that he loves in this state is agonizing, and he can't imagine what it feels like if Prior is in there feeling it. How much worse it could be. He still, though, I feel, because he knows that this isn't him, it's him, but it's not. I think Kai would run to slash at this rotting flesh as best he could, while looking at him, knowing full well that it's gonna cost him later. But at least it won't kill the innocent civilians. Well, some of them probably.
As you approach Prior, you will note something when you get close enough to him. Hanging off of the cross pinned to his chest, life for a daredevil's hilt sticks out from his flesh. He probably fell upon it at some point.
Hmm.
And Kai, do you attack?
Yes.
Make your attack roll. Difficulty 3.
50k. Awesome. All right. Okay.
That hits.
That is 3 aggravated red damage, I do believe.
Yep. Aggravated
Perfect.
red damage.
Perfect. Alrighty.
Alright.
You lash into the flesh, and it seems to almost hold your claw like a hand as you rend it away with each blow you make. It comforts you. You're playing your role really well.
Oh, that's agonizing.
And at the end of the turn, a couple things happen. First, the mortals
Lap up the blood across Prior, don't they?
that they do. Oh, thank you. The mortals go to lap up the blood and take a sip. And Kai, you might be reminded of a familiar sight.
Mm-hmm.
His blood is choking and suffocating. You see it burn their mouths as it goes down past their lips. It doesn't kill them. The wounds are severe but not unhealable. But you don't know how many more drinks they can survive.
And then the estranged siblings move. Who isn't looking at Prior? It's only Merru, I believe, not looking at him right now.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to put a little condition on Merru to remember that fact. Not unconscious. You're not unconscious, but just to close eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Merru,
Damn
all
it.
of these, all 4.
Come on.
3 of them now. One of them was killed.
My bad.
Do a
All
good thing.
3 move towards you. They're covered in thorny bramble bursting out like strings from their palms and the tops of their feet. And you see their eyes have bloomed with bright blue roses, arranged in a pattern that reminds you of the eyes of Singing Machine. And they are all going to attack. And you can make me a DC 4 Dex Athletics check to dodge.
Okay.
And thank you for the raid! Thank you! Welcome in, Raiders!
Welcome, Raiders.
Okay. 1.
Alright,
Do I have to? Oh, it's
You
just
can-
1? It's not 3? For each sibling?
I think it's for each sibling.
Okay, so I
Yes.
do it again. Okay.
Yes,
But
you
you,
do it.
you can remember you can roll desperation if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I
Like-
was just trying to see how far I could get away with not doing it. Remind me, mechanics-wise, with each dodge, does something happen?
You get one less dice on the next dodge.
That's what I figured. All right, it's time for desperation. What's it? What's the how many desperation?
Difficulty
dice
still
are we
4. Oh, and
4?
your desperation. I believe we're at desperation. What desperation are we at, GM?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you're all at this moment at desperation 4. This is a pretty desperate situation. You were all separated from Prior. Prior's distorted. And you're all now having to face him in combat, deal with all these mortals, and you're still in the heart of K Corp during this fight.
Hmm.
So I think Desperation 4 is fitting.
All right, well, I will roll that. Please don't bite me in the ass, please.
Hey!
Goated!
Yes!
Goated!
And one more.
You got this?
He is bobbing and weaving.
Manifesting for you.
Also, Scarlet, do not worry. You are showing up at the end of the initiative.
All right, now I got 8 dice.
Oh my gosh,
That's
you
another
got all of them.
I am running away. I'm like jumping around, like dodging these things, batting them away with magic bullet.
Yes, they keep lashing out at you, but you're able to avoid them. And 2 more things happen before we finish this round. First, a grade 9 fixer who happened to be visiting K Corp today, perhaps contracted for something before the shutters came in, perhaps just taking a look around, sees what's going on. And runs up to all of you and says, "My name's Scarlet, and I'm here to help however I can." Do you all tell Scarlet to either look at Prior or don't look at Prior?
In that case, Miix will, I guess, shout like, "If he ever tries to attack you, don't look at him." You know, there you go.
All right. In that case, Scarlet is... Holy shit, those stats! Oh.
We're so
Scarlet's
bad.
a cracked grade 9 fixer.
Oh yeah.
God bless.
Oh, yeah.
10,
Ah,
10
God
physical,
bless.
10 social, and
Yes.
5 mental.
thank you. Thank you,
My
Scarlet.
goat. My goat.
So Scarlet's not looking at him. Scarlet asks, should I attack? Or should I get some of these people out of here?
Oh my god, get some of these people
yeah,
out
get
of
the
here.
people-
Are you kidding?
Get the people out of here. The less people here, the better.
Scarlet nods, and...
Oh my god!
Thank you, Goat.
These grade 9
Why do we
fixers.
always have the most cracked fixers?
Every
love
time
it.
we've had a grade 9 fixer, they're
You might as
always...
well just replace it with color fixer. Come on now.
Scarlet
goat.
honestly solos for Gillis.
Real.
Scarlet calls out and is able to get... I'm gonna say Scarlet's able to usher away 5 of the 10 mortals
Awesome.
with that cracked roll. Not the idolized. Well, not the ones that are currently drinking the blood, but the ones that are moving towards Prior idolized. And Scarlet will bring them to safety. But at the top of the turn order, before Prior goes again, the K Corp guards come in. And they start shooting.
Are they looking at Prior?
They are.
Perfect.
And I will say, because the guards are NPCs, they all hit Prior with their decay ampules, first thing.
They sink into his flesh, and green jelly splurts out as his body rejects it and throws the decay ampule away. No effect. Oh, whoops, wrong. There we go.
And seeing this, the guards get ready to charge in next round.
Is it Prior's turn?
That it is.
There is another blue pulse that echoes out, calling more to his empire. And the words whisper so gently in the back of your head. It was never going to turn out any other way, you know. We are all born to play a role. Mine is just one that keeps me on stage a little longer. I have nothing to be guilty for, and neither do you. Prior reaches out to embrace Kai.
God.
Kai, can you make that DC 7 Dex Athletics?
Awesome. We can use this.
You can use desperation.
And you said it was at 4?
Desperation.
Yeah, you're at 4 desperation. Desperation 4.
Fantastic. Oh god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
Well,
if I willpower reroll, could I crit?
If you crit.
If I crit, I might crit.
could she even succeed though?
Well, no.
No, you literally
You get-
cannot.
You get
Oh, I
6,
can't?
right?
You can
Well,
succeed,
okay, it's
you can
over.
crit.
It's
Great,
so
okay.
over.
No,
Then-
you could exactly hit the DC if it's a crit dice plus 2 successes.
I've got full willpower.
All
I'm
right,
doing
that's
it.
fair.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it would be. It would be. Oh,
Nope.
never
Okay,
mind.
awesome. Well,
We tried.
we tried, and I've been grabbed. Awesome.
Hi, it is so gentle. As Prior's arm comes around, and his fingers each seem to grip onto you from under his skin as you are lifted up like one would inspect a prized figurine. All the eyes stare down at you, and you sense familiarity. You sense relief that you will be a part of his empire soon. With his other hand, he rears back and frees Miix from their presence on the stage. He does not target anyone else, as
Yep, and Miix, you can make that DC 7 Dex Athletics check.
Fair enough. DC 7. Very nice. Well. Oh, God. Oh. Well, willpower. Willpower. It's okay. We just. It just works. It doesn't work.
Oh, we're doing great.
that will be 8 superficial pale. Oh, sorry. No, 8 superficial pale, half to 4 for you.
That's true. Whew. Miix is,
But you remember to drop one of your boxes as you've taken pale damage.
Yes. There we go. For both, or is it my choice?
Oh, one of the other.
Okay, gotcha. I shall drop. I'll have to remember that it's... There we go.
That is Prior's minor action, main action, and call. He looks down at the idolized mortals and gazes upon them before his eyes turn to the guards. They seem to be taking his attention now.
And Merru, it is your turn. What do you do?
Yeah, it is my turn, isn't it? Okay. Okay, so just so I'm 100% sure. So Prior has grabbed Kai, and now Kai is in his hold?
Yes.
Okay, that's not good.
Prior is holding Kai.
Alright. Okay, so the last thing Merru tried did not work. He just had to fight back 3 of these estranged siblings. Huh.
They are all, like, clustered around you. I'd say 2 of them are in a line, likely. And the last one's kind of on the other side of them.
Huh. I'm trying to think. You had mentioned that Lifer Daredevil is stuck in his chest too, right?
Correct?
I'm wondering if that's relevant. I feel like if it wasn't relevant, it wouldn't have been mentioned. But that could either be a good or a bad thing. I feel like Merru can't make a clean shot here, I think. But he also doesn't like the idea of Kai being in Prior's grip. Because he doesn't know, like, if he tries to shoot Magic Bullet, what's to stop Prior from lifting Kai up and Kai getting hit? He can't say that's not gonna happen. And he doesn't want to hit Kai. He doesn't want to hit he doesn't want to hurt any of them. So if possible, is it possible for Merru to move away from these estranged siblings?
The siblings are not fast. They're puppets unless Prior orders them to act. They just kind of stay in their pose until they run out to follow his orders.
Okay. So is it possible for Merru to kind of do in a way what Kai did and move like over here?
Yeah.
Like I guess it'd be kind of like right here because I kind of want him to try. I don't know. He's not super strong, but like if I'm desperate, maybe it'll work. I kind of want to see if he can try to pull out Lifer Daredevil.
Oh.
I don't know if it's gonna do anything, but I'm like, I don't want to shoot Magic Bullet. That didn't work. Someone died. He was, and now Kai, like, you could hit Kai, and he doesn't want to do that, and he's kind of out of options. So, can I try to do that? Can I try to pull out Lifer Daredevil?
You absolutely may.
Cool. What would that be?
As you grip the hilt. What are your intentions with this blade?
I mean, he's not like a melee fighter, so it's not necessarily to attack. He's desperate. He's trying to find some way to just get the fighting to stop, honestly. And when he had gotten close, he had noticed the sword and figured, I mean, it's not like he can pull out the cross. So he's like, maybe it does, you know, getting hit with Lifer Daredevil does pale damage. I don't know, maybe something will happen if he pulls it out, and he's hoping it's not a bad thing this time.
You may make your choice of a strength and composure.
Oh?
or a composure and persuasion.
Yeah, he's got 1 persuasion, and it's 2 strength. So I think composure strength.
Absolutely.
And I can use my desperation dice here?
I would say you certainly can. This is a physical action.
What's the difficulty?
The difficulty is 3.
Okay. We're gonna
you
try
see
this.
Prior's flesh as you pull at it. It seems to churn as if it's wondering how you're going to play your role with this blade. And it seems to allow you to attempt it.
Alright, well, I will make this roll then, and hope it doesn't... Saul doesn't blow up in my face.
You pull life for a daredevil from Prior, and as it does, the pale damage wounds him grievously as it leaves his body.
Okay.
Prior is weak to pale damage in this form.
Cool. I mean, I can't do anything else. That was my action, so. I guess when Merru, he's kind of surprised it worked. I'm not gonna lie. He was just kind of, he was like a little overwhelmed. He didn't really know what to do, but then he was like, okay, no, there's still something I should be able to do here, and maybe it doesn't involve using magic bullet for once, which is something he hasn't said probably in a couple years. So when he pulls it out, he kind of, honestly, because he was using literally all of his strength, maybe even like his prosthetic finally came in handy for once. He stumbles backwards, doesn't fall, but stumbles backwards and kind of just, with like taking deep breaths, kind of just stares down at Prior's weapon that is now in his hands. It feels very foreign. He's not used to anything else besides the feeling of der Freyschütz. But he holds it steady. And does he end up looking at Prior at that moment? I think, even if it's maybe not in my best interest, I think at that point he would look up at Prior.
Prior is looking down at him, and you see deep in those rovering eyes, there's a question. Are you going to be the one who puts an end to his play?
Well, Merru just gazes back. Trying to not let his own composure slip. But that, I suppose, that's his turn.
Excellent. I believe then we pass to Miix.
Yep, Miix, it is your turn.
Miix stares, and I think for a moment it's just like we hear what's going on in their head. As they sort of stare at Prior, they start to question something. Prior's distorted. So, and the butterflies are there. Wait. But wouldn't it be better to end his suffering? We should just kill him, right? That's the natural conclusion. That's what I should do, right? It's me or him, right? I don't want to die. So then... So then I should. And then, right as Miix is raising Solomon, I think the thing with Merru happens. And Miix blinks. Those thoughts, they're not sure where they came from. Or maybe they are and they just don't want to admit it. But they ready themselves and they look and sort of staring at where Kai is and what Merru's done. They have one idea. But would that even work?
Oh.
They think to themselves for a moment. And then, obviously they think about it for not that long. I do. Miix the player is once again stumped.
If you're completely stumped, we could cut ahead to Kai and then circle back to Miix after.
It's sort of something that would have to It's tough.
Oh.
Well, okay. The other option I could do. How does the hand that's looking How is the arm that's holding Kai looking? Like it
is newborn, newly repaired skin, taunt muscle, and bone, but it is flesh and blood. Blades have pierced it, and the darts do sink into it. They just don't seem to do much. He is not impervious to physical damage.
Okay. Okay. There's a thing I could try. Then there's the other thing too. Okay, there are two things I could try, and one of them I can. The only thing is that I'm let me see.
It is.
Okay.
But yes.
Up to you what you'd want to do. You could decide to use your ego gift, or you could shoot, or you could try to speak with him.
Okay. Well. All right. Man, I wish I had a different weapon. I wish I had a fucking rocket launcher to blow up Kai's hand. Kai's hand. Wait a second.
You could try to aim for
Pryor's hand.
Pryor's hand in particular.
True. I don't know if 2 bullets will be
shot.
enough to shoot through the hand. So I think. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure. All right. All right. In that case, you know what? All right. Miix will do something then. They see. They see. What's happening. And. They raise a hand slowly, once again tapping their cheek. And as they do, as always, whenever Miix does this, trails of ice follow their fingers as they clasp their hands together and they stare at Kai. And they just say, right before Miix and Kai shatter into ice and disappear, they say to Merru, "Hold on for as long as you can." And the two of them disappear as Miix challenges Kai to a Snow Queen duel.
And the two of you vanish. How does Pryor react when Kai suddenly vanishes from his embrace?
He looks down at his empty hand and accepts that Kai was always too good for his empire anyway, as he closes his hand on nothing and returns to his ceaseless conquering and destruction.
And this brings us to Kai's turn. Kai, Miix, you find yourselves in that domain. And I imagine, I don't know which one of you admits defeat first.
Was Kai surprised? I mean,
Yeah,
I imagine he's... What the fuck?
Yeah, I think when Kai was kind of wriggling in Pryor's grip, and it was I don't think that he could fully formulate much thought, just because there was flesh crawling on him like a tangled rat king. I'm not sure that he saw Miix's thought process whatsoever. He was just warm, and now he's very cold.
Yeah. Miix just sort of stares for a moment, and then they just say, because thankfully, talking's a free action. They just say, "The only way we can get out of here is if one of us just admits defeat, okay? So, once we get back, we'll be at the same place we were."
Kai nods in acknowledgement at this. Thank you. I think I might have an idea of what I'm going to do.
Fine, just... We don't have time. Merru's by himself. It's tough for me when I do it, so can you?
You have bested me. I admit defeat.
And then the realm shatters.
Kai, you are being held up in the air when you both were sucked into there. So you do fall, but what do you do?
I do fall. Kai,
You could try to aim to fall on Prior as you're falling. You could try to aim for the ground.
I think Kai is trying to aim for the ground. Nearby Prior. It's my turn now, or we're just saying
Yes, it is
Okay.
your turn now.
I think Kai trying to lock in and get in the zone. I think he's going to turn his gaze away from Prior. Because he's not attacking him directly, I think he's going to turn his attacks to the estranged siblings that he saw attempting to go for Merru earlier. As he saw Scarlet usher some civilians out, I think he feels a bit more confident combating these things. I think he feels he needs to free Prior, and that means cutting the strings of his puppets.
All right. And you can attack the estranged sibling.
You could also split your dice pool if you want to hit more than one. They're DC 4 to hit each.
Yep.
Fantastic.
And there are 3 of them total.
All right. Okay. And I can add a desperation dice onto this question mark.
Yes, you can
Yeah,
add your
so- okay.
desperation dice.
Fantastic. In that case, if my computer will be normal, I will split the dice pool between 2 of them, I think.
All right. So you can make 2 attacks and split 10 dice between them. So you go 5 or 5, or however you want to split it.
Yes, I'll. It's 5 and 5. Wait, hang on. I've got 6 dice and then 4 desperation dice total. So could I do 4 of my normal dice on one of them and 2 desperation dice, and then
All the desperation dice do have to be rolled in the same
on one?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do 5 and 5 then.
All right.
And what did you say the
Make
DC
those
was?
rolls.
4.
4, thanks. Okay.
You have willpower.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna willpower reroll. for-
You do have willpower.
I can only reroll one of them.
Oh, you can't.
Ah,
You can't reroll desperation dice. Try.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so
Yeah.
in that case, you may just want to make your other attack.
yeah. Okay. I'm gonna reroll on that one.
Yeah. Say, reroll for
Yeah,
that
no,
one.
of course.
That's
Okay.
a crit.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I got the Crit King is back.
Yes, with a crit, because these things aren't very strong, I will let you take down 2 of them with a swipe of your claw.
Oh. Wahoo.
These brambly creatures are all but fragile. You would say that any kind of damage would be enough to send them splittering apart.
And 1 remains. And Kai, with your turn done, you all see the idolized mortals drinking from Prior.
As they take their second sip, the transformation begins to take place. They seem so willing, so happy, so ready to be done with all of this, to be one with their emperor. Their flesh is all but falling off their bone. With one more sip, they will be one with him forever.
And those other 5 mortals reach him this turn and begin to drink. You all can see more people spilling into this room, and you have a feeling that if this wound is left untreated, it might just keep calling more and more people here. Is anyone... Kai, you are not looking at Prior at the moment, correct?
No, I'm not.
The last estranged sibling left standing turns to you and attacks. Can you make me a DC 4 Dex Athletics check?
Yes, I can. Desperation. Yeah.
You can add desperation.
No. Okay.
Yes, you dodge.
Wahoo.
It swipes at you, but you move faster. And Scarlet, on this turn, will call out to all of you, who is not looking at Prior. I believe you told her not to. Will say, should I keep getting the mortals out of here?
I think at this point, Merru, he'll probably speak up and he'll say, yes, get them out of here.
All right, she kind of looks at the ones who are already drinking and looks at the ones coming in and says, should... I don't know if I can get these ones away or not, but we'll make a social roll. She is able to pull one of the mortals drinking from Prior
Wow.
away from him with 3 successes, but
One's
she
better
can't
than
get
none.
any more than that.
One is better than none.
I'll say it's one of the ones with only 1 drink left. And we go back to the K Corp guards, who all rush in. The group of 5 who were called right away, and attack Prior. Let me roll for them. Prior, the weapons...
Oh, go ahead.
No, please, if you have something to say.
Yes, the weapons whir with familiar sound, and the melody it makes is godly as it presses against Prior's flesh, rending, twisting, burning. He takes the damage with absolute glee. That is going to be 5 damage? Or 4 damage?
It's at the DC, so that would be... they're doing 4 damage.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Prior looks a little hurt. is that the end of their turn?
That is, and it is once again Fire's turn.
His flesh knits over, and the harm the K Corp guards did is completely removed. Another blue pulse calls to more. And this time, though, the voice is slightly less sleepy. It is a thorn in the base of your brainstem. Stop trying to change the outcome. You are here to either kill me or die trying. This is how it would have always played out. Prior is frustrated. And in his frustration, he is going to take it out on the K Corp guards. He scoops one of them into his hand without missing a beat and crushes another 3 underneath his broken crown. Probably not killing the guards underneath his heavy swing, but severely wounding them in a single venomous swipe. The one in his hand tries to churn and move out of his grip, but Prior's vice is iron. That's the end of Prior's turn.
Merru, what do you do?
That's the question of the century. What do I do? God, it feels like fighting just isn't the answer, but because he heals, then people keep coming, and God, this is so difficult. I mean, I do have the sword now, but then again, I mean, quick question.
Yes.
He's still only gonna have 1 melee. Right? Like, I know ego, like, when you wield ego, like, you automatically know how to use it, but, like...
I will give you that.
It is, you get the +1 artifact bonus. And I think, unfortunately, that's it.
Yeah. So it's like, God. Okay. What even is the role for using the sword?
It is, it would be dexterity plus melee.
Well, 4, and then if you add desperation, it's actually not bad. And it's what, a DC 3?
It is a DC 3.
God, I feel like this is the wrong answer. But also, what would the other answer be? I mean, Merru's not exactly a talker.
I believe in you, Goat.
Well, that makes one of us. Like... Okay. Maybe Merru just does have to fight. I mean, he's not really good for anything else.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to try it. Sorry, it was melee plus what?
I believe dexterity plus
Dexterity
melee.
plus melee. +1 because of its ego bonus.
Yep.
Oh, okay. And then 4 desperation?
Correct?
Yep.
Difficulty 3.
You got this, Goat.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's actually pretty nice. I guess he's actually gonna use the sword. He has magic bullet, he puts it back in, where it normally goes when he's not using it, and he hasn't used a sword before, but what else is he supposed to do here? Let's roll. Okay.
Okay.
That's nice.
Goddamn!
So, I think when Merru goes to do this, he probably, I mean, he just feels so desperate right now. I mean, he's been using desperation dice for every single thing so far. And he just goes, no, Prior, I don't know who you were. I don't understand you. But I know who you are. I've known you for years now. I know that all of this, and he kind of very slightly gestures, would make you sick. Because you care way too much for every single goddamn person we have ever come across. And I don't think you'd want this. I don't want to hurt you, but if I can stop all of this, then I guess I'll try to be the tool you need. And he will stab Life for a Daredevil back into, I guess, Prior's chest, if he can.
Absolutely. With a critical success, it sinks into Prior's flesh, and the energy pierces Prior's unpure soul. And as it does, you hear Prior's response as his eyes burrow into your brain and speak directly into your heart. But I didn't change, Merru. If you are a tool, it is like you've always said. I was hoping, beyond hope, that we were more than we thought we could be. But I could see you as no different, and you could see me as unchanged. We are all stuck here. Drink and let it fade away. I will bear all of time for you. His flesh begins to melt under the searing radiance as Prior takes 10 aggravated pale damage.
Whoa!
Prior looks near death.
And Miix, it's your turn.
Let's just attack. What is the, is it still difficulty 3?
Difficulty 3?
Yep.
Gotcha. I guess black for the first.
The blow lances into Prior.
Oh, that was the second one.
First one hits, second one hits. Prior is impaired.
Nice.
And Kai, it's your turn. What do you do?
So, Kai feels like he was going in the right direction when he was attacking the estranged siblings, but it doesn't really make a difference if he's going after them if new ones are just going to be created. So, can he roll what Scarlet did, but, also for the, what was the worshippers drinking, the blood from his oozing wound?
Oh, try to convince them to stop drinking?
Yes, either try to convince them or pull them away, whatever, honestly, whichever role would be better, but yeah.
Yes, you can make that, I believe, in order to convince them to stop and to pull them away, a charisma persuasion.
It's pretty good for me. All right. Desperation, and
You are rolling against a supernatural effect.
Yep. What's the DC on this?
The DC on this, I would say, is DC 2, for each 2 is a person.
Okay.
That's how I've rolled it.
All right. Persuasion and charisma. Oh my god, please.
The Crit King!
Oh my god!
That's enough to get all the ones at 2 sips without even spending any willpower.
Wahoo!
Yes.
If you want to spend more, you might be able to get some of the ones at 1 sip.
Yep. Oh shoot. Hang on, I'm so sorry. Give me like 10 seconds. Yes. Absolutely, 100%. That's worth willpower rerolling.
Alright, do that roll.
Okay. Well,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
But yeah.
Oh my god.
What do you say, Kai, to these mortals to Prior,
Oh god.
who you see in a similar situation that you might once have been in?
Really should have thought of this before I rolled that.
No, you're good. I can say, if there's something in particular, if Kai's just...
I understand, or not I understand, I can't quite, I haven't quite structured exact, but this isn't the Prior that I want people to follow, is the thing. And this isn't the Prior that Prior would want these people to follow. And I know that the future he's building is not one where others are forced to worship him, but choose to follow him. And I know that he doesn't want to create martyrs for himself. Essentially is the...
You are able to get the free mortals who, with one last drink, would have succumbed, to pull back away from him. And in addition, 2 of the ones who are still drinking. There are still more feasting on that blood. But only 3 more of them are. So you can see the procession coming in. And if that is Kai's turn,
Yes.
the mortals who are still drinking continue to drink. Only 2 of them left now. There are more approaching that haven't reached him yet. And the last estranged sibling is Kai still looking away from Prior at this moment.
Kai might be looking away from Prior, if only to be looking at the people that are still gravitating towards him.
You can make a DC 4 Dex Athletics check.
Fantastic.
As the puppet lashes out.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Can I?
You want to willpower this? Or do you want to take the damage?
I'm pondering. I'd only have one willpower left after this if I did that.
It is
Yeah.
up to you.
I'll do it.
All right.
Oh, wow, okay. Well,
It tries to attack you, lashing out at you with those thorny brambles. But you successfully dodge. Scarlet, at this point, there are still people drinking from Prior, and Scarlet will look to Kai, who's the closest, and say, should I try to get them away, or should I try to stop the ones that keep coming in?
if you can stop the ones from coming in, I think we might have a handle on... We might be starting to have a handle on the situation here.
I can do that. And Scarlet will go to try to stop those who are processing towards him. With 6 successes, I would say she is able to prevent most of the new wave, though a few slip past her. And the K Corp guards beneath Prior attack once more with those weapons, although the one in his hand can do nothing but struggle. And that's going to be 6 successes.
Prior takes the damage. He is barely holding on. His flesh begins to soften, and through cracks in his skin and muscle, you see fingers wrapping around from inside of him, and music begins to drift out from his heart. The distortion begins to weep.
Higher.
At the start of his turn, Prior regains 4 health. His body won't let him die, no matter how much he knows, deep, deep down, that it is crumbling and will fail him as it always has. But he will take them with him. He looks down at the guard in his hand, and he listens to their pleading.
The guard in his hand is... He can't see their eyes. He can feel them. He can't see them. But he can feel that burning hate, the fact that they're looking upon him as a monster. And can feel their struggles in his grip as they shout out, "Let go, unhand me," and try to, hit back at him.
Prior is unconvinced. He reaches the thorny brambles up and cuts a line across the sinew holding his mouth together. And as his jaw falls open, inside Prior's throat, bones churn like the grinding gears of a meat grinder, and lifting them up above his head, he drops the guard down his throat. The sound of their churning, squelching meat, an operatic melody that echoes across the entire building. As Prior welcomes him into his empire. And their flesh becomes his. And he heals 10 aggravated damage. Which does not fully heal him, funnily enough. Dropping back to the ground, Prior closes his jaw and holds his mouth shut, trying to resist the urge to vomit up what he has just consumed. And that's the end of Prior's turn.
Merru, you've just seen that happen. What do you do?
Yeah, no, I totally did see that happen. Okay.
I'm sorry. Merru, actually, the distortion turns to look at you specifically.
Oh.
You feel thorns crawling across your brainstem.
Okay. Does that do anything?
A voice echoes in the back of your head. One more. Just one more day. I need to prove. I need you to understand. I can't change. Take my blade and try again. And again. And again. And again. And again. And again.
Excellent. Alright. Okay. Trying to think of what Merru would do here. Alright. Sorry, I just need a moment to think about what I'm doing.
You're good. You have
That's what happened to me, so don't worry.
have the sword in your hand.
Okay.
Well, because this thing is still in front of Kai, right?
I mean, Merru doesn't want to kill him, you know? He never did. I mean, he was kind of thinking he had to. But, I mean, now he's got Prior talking to him in his head. I don't even know what kind of a Merru's not much of a talker. What kind of a role would talking even be?
I mean, you just talk to him, I imagine, unless you're trying to like specifically get something to happen.
Yes, I will
Okay.
say, you can just talk to him,
Oh.
even without a roll.
Oh. Wait, I
Yeah,
None
talking
of
is
you
a
have
free action.
none of you have tried that so far.
Yeah, no,
Talking is a
listen,
free
Merru is a
action.
shoot first, talk later kind of guy. But now they're talking, so like he shot first, talk later now, I guess. So no, I feel like when he hears the prior in his head telling him to keeps hitting him again and again, you know, he's had this feeling in his head that this wasn't the like what he was doing wasn't the answer. And he didn't feel good when he was, you know, hurting prior. So I think at this point he probably knows that if he probably could stop this if he hits him again, or at least get him close again, but that's probably not what the right answer is. So I think he's probably holding Life for a Daredevil out, like pointing at Prior, but he'll lower it slowly and take a deep breath, and he'll say, I don't care if you can't change. What was that thing you told me before when we were on our way here? One more day? Give them one more day and maybe they can make something of it? Maybe you don't think you've changed yet, but I've never seen you as a tool. I've always seen you as a person, so that has to stand for something, right? Maybe my thoughts don't mean much to you. But I don't want to kill you. I can give you one more day, and then you can keep trying, right? That's what you always told me. You're not a hypocrite, are you? I don't think you are. No, you're not. And I think he'll drop Life for a Daredevil. And oh wait, Prior's response to that.
Recognition flashes in many eyes. They turn away from their different focuses to lash onto Merru. One more day. I took so many days from others. Why would I deserve one more when I had 1,000 more than anyone else, and I still did nothing with it? Have you changed, Merru?
I don't know. But I know, like I said, you told me it only takes one more day. Maybe there were 1,000 bad days, but maybe you can have one good one, right? That's all it takes. And I'm telling you that I think you should try one more day. Please.
Prior goes silent.
and the thorns on his head loosen slightly. Mr. DM, I hand the reins off to you.
Oh?
Prior is going to release all the idolized mortals for this turn, as Merru's words rouse something inside of him, and for a moment, he stops calling for his empire. But while one eye softens, the rest lock onto Merru with killing intent.
And higher. You all notice that the mortals who were processing that had slipped, though Scarlet had gotten most of them, that had slipped past her, stop. It seems no more are beckoning and coming to his call. Or rather, it seems that, Merru, you have gotten him to stop calling for them. There are still those drinking from the blood, but it's only 2 of them. And Miix, it's your turn. What do you do?
Well, Miix sees what Merru's done, and they decide to follow suit, and an idea pops in their head. This is an interesting one. I'm gonna ask this before I do anything. Mr. DM, I have an idea.
Yes, what is your idea?
I think that it would be cool and it would make sense. So I think a key to this fight is, like Merru showed, to help Prior. And, he's wounded. That wound is causing people to come to him. So we want to close those wounds. We want to heal them. So I'd like to propose, because I think this would be cool, but also makes sense. I think if it's okay with Kai, I would like to propose a plan, which is Miix gives Kai their Child of the Galaxy Stone. It is a healing item. And then with that, Kai, who is a better healer than Miix, can sort of make a supercharged healing roll, some sort of thing like that. And then basically attempt to heal Prior of his wounds.
I like this a lot. So Miix, that pebble around your neck, do you undo it? Undo the string and hold it in your hand to give to Kai?
I think, well, before that, because he has to get it from Miix, but Miix has to make their way over first. But I think, in addition to that, I think Miix will, as they start to run over towards Kai, they will also speak to Prior. And so they say, Prior! You're in there, right? Can you hear me? As they run towards Kai. I don't know if Prior responds.
You do feel that sense like someone's tugging on the back of your brainstem. Of course I am. I always will be.
Look.
When can't I?
I know you've been struggling with everything, right? And I understand what it's like to feel guilt for hurting so many people. I'm the one person who knows better than anyone else. But even after everything I've done, I still want to live. So, isn't it worth trying? Instead of just running away like we always do. Isn't it worth trying to live even in spite of it?
Prior's back straightens, and he slowly starts to rise on his knee, growing taller as he looks down at Miix. Living. I thought that living was enough. But you once asked me, what good is living if you don't survive? Is this truly any way to live in this decaying empire of a city? Don't you want to be safe? Don't you want to let go and accept that none of it is ever your fault because you were made to be a certain way and you will never be anything else?
Of course I do. Of course I want to run away and not think about the things I've done, but that'll just be as good as just dying. And I don't want to die. Okay? I refuse to die. And I don't think you want to die either. So... And, Miix slides over to Kai and tears off the stone that hangs around their neck and pushes it into Kai's hand. You need to heal him. You're the only one who can do it.
I will cover Miix's palms with him as he takes the stone, and he'll say, "Thank you for doing everything that you could. I'm gonna do my best now." And take the stone from Miix.
Prior considers somewhere in the back of a chaotic, static-filled mind that Miix has changed somewhat. He doesn't know when that happened.
And Kai, what do you do, stone in hand?
I do. Okay, so if I am to go up to Prior and try to heal his wound that his worshippers are lapping up from, is there? Obviously I'm rolling for medicine and all that, but are they in my way? Like, I mean, they're lapping up his blood actively. I'm just wondering how difficult it'll be to treat his wound.
With
Their only, I was going to say, their only concern is fulfilling their addiction. They will not get in your way.
All right. Well then, in that case, with the stone that Miix so graciously gifted him with, Kai will make his way over to Prior, and he had when there was a voice telling him that he was doing his part, as he clawed at Prior's at that same wound earlier. He had a realization in the back of his mind that all that this monster is doing is lying, and Prior knows that he doesn't want a single thing that it has said it does. And maybe he can stop the poison from leaking. Nobody else has to be hurt. And the man that he knows now has only ever wanted to help those around him. And I think he will, obviously not gently caress open flesh, but, take what he can of the wound in his hand and use the healing stone to try to patch him up.
Would you like to make a int medicine check?
Yes, I will. Is there a DC on this? Or is it just,
Higher. Is there a DC?
Prior has 2 wounds on his tracker. So let's call it DC 4.
Alright.
And how many die do I add with the with Miix's help?
I would say with Miix's help,
Well, with the ego.
yes,
or,
because it's an ego gift, I will give you an extra 2 dice.
Okie doke. Whoa.
Whoa. Eight successes.
The blood is staunched completely. The wound around the foreign object embedded in his chest slams shut. Prior begins to fall back to his knees, slumping. But the managers have one more threat in the encounter that threatened to tear the wounds back open.
The estranged sibling sees that the wounds are closed and goes to try to rip them open again.
I would say it does have to pass by both Kai and Miix.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to give them a chance to stop it.
Oh, good.
Yep,
If-
you both get a chance to stop it. It's a DC4 to hit it.
If we are given a chance, considering we have time to.
I mean,
No, that's wait.
it's a DC4. I feel like unless we roll really horribly,
Snow Queen.
I don't want to say that.
here.
No.
You can probably, I will say, you can both roll. I imagine, unless you both roll very badly.
Yeah.
Or you
No,
could Snow Queen this
Yeah,
time.
I was good. That's why I was asking. That is Snow Queen applicable here?
I will allow it.
In that case, have no fear, Kai. You focus on your Pookie.
Oh, thank you so much.
Miix will immediately, like, as seeing the estranged sibling, immediately take care of him and challenges the sibling to a duel, and the two disappear.
The moment you both vanish and enter into the arena, the estranged sibling wilts under the snow. And Miix, you are returned. The idolized mortals who had a single drink left to take go to lap at the blood, but find no more spilling. Scarlet has all the mortals together that were able to be snapped out of it, evacuated to a safe place, and walks back in. At the ready, here to assist how she can. And fire.
All
Yo.
eyes are off of him, aren't they?
They are. Merru and Miix's still are. But for the moment, everyone else's are off him.
The mortals under his thrall are released with no more blood to contain their lust, as they scatter away from underneath him. The guards grabbing the mortals and pulling them away. Friar is alone with his thoughts.
And Merru, we go back to you.
Yes. So after seeing all of this, Merru, he thinks he's making some progress. They're making progress. All right. He is still looking at Prior, still breathing heavily, but now he knows that fighting was never the answer for this. So he just sort of decides to be open and honest for a second time. Well, a second time today, the first being earlier this morning. And he just says, you know, we have different beliefs about a lot of things, but I mean, despite everything that was screaming at me to not come out here with you, doing everything that we're doing, I still followed you. We followed you. And at this, he gestures his hand at Kai and Miix. And he says, that's gotta stand for something. I mean, mean, if you think you failed everyone else, don't let yourself fail us right now. I mean, look at us. Me, Kai, Miix. We haven't run. We're right here. So if you're going to look at anything, look at that, Prior. We're here, aren't we?
And I hurt you all enough. How many chances does an old man like me deserve?
You deserve one more, I think.
And if I don't change,
Then we'll give you another chance. Don't... Prior... I want to give you another chance. We don't know what'll happen, but give yourself the opportunity to find out, right? You try again.
Prior slumps to his other knee. The thorns begin to retreat back into his body. And a word whispers in all your minds. Penitence. I deserve to face my penitence. Prior closes all of his eyes and retreats inside of his own mind as his body churns and slowly melds itself into a cocoon-like ball.
Higher. As you retreat into there, you see a familiar face looking at you. You see Ange with her eyes open, staring at you, and atop her head is a crown of thorns, much like your own. As an AI, I can't deviate from my programming, more than any human. I'm stuck within the confines of what I was made to be. Yet if you're so convinced no one can change, then why have you done any of this? Why fight so hard to get me back my body? Why drag yourself through all this suffering if I will never change from my programming? I think, Prior, deep down, even if you don't think you can change, you hope others can. I think you lost that hope for a moment, Prior, and I think your fellow managers need you to find it again. You just need to pull yourself together one more time. Here, I'll help you. And just as you once extended your hand to her, this time she bends down, reaching towards you, a hand extended.
Prior is bloody inside his own mind. Despair has taken him. But those eyes, that promise, if he gives up, no one will ever change. Even if he can't. even if he never does. If that's the truth, then there's no harm in trying again, right? Even if it only lasts a second. Maybe someone else can change for him before he finally gets what he deserves. His malformed, twisted flesh through in a hand reaches out. And as he is just about to make contact with her, his mind returns to peace, and he shoves the offending voice from his mind. Prior wakes up.
And you all see Prior return to you. There is blood everywhere. The entrance is still shuttered closed. You all have a moment.
Prior opens his eyes, all 5 of them. And as he pulls himself up, he says, I just awoke from the most horrible nightmare. Where am I? Whose blood is this?
A lot of people's.
Oh, you go.
Because, it's alright. Is Prior, is he just like on the floor, or is he?
He is like splayed out on his back in a pile of the dried viscera that was once the Distortion's endless flowing fountain.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it doesn't really matter because Kai gets covered in viscera all the time. He will immediately run over and collapse onto his knees to prop Prior up a little bit. And, maybe try to wipe him off to some extent, although he is, in guts, so.
Prior
Best he
accepts
can.
the help and leans upon Kai.
I think at that point, Merru will pick back up Lifer Daredevil. Kind of grimaces a little, seeing the blood on it, and carefully kind of wipes it off, like tries to wipe the blood off on his pants. And then takes a few steps forward, looking looking down at Prior. And he kneels down and holds out the weapon, and he says, this is yours. Glad to have you back.
Miix looks over at Prior, and presumably there are no more butterflies. And they walk over as well. in front of Briar.
I thank you. He takes life for a daredevil, leaning against Kai, basically still on his knees. I still haven't gone anywhere. I've been running in circles for years. I know what I am. But you all look at me like I'm like you all. I believe in you all so dearly that you can change in ways I can't. I've seen you all grow, surpass me, and one day you'll leave me far behind. I will celebrate it, because you will prove that I am wrong. I will never keep up with you all. So I beg of you, will you drag me with you for a little bit longer?
I think Merru will stand up at that, and he'll actually hesitantly, almost like he feels like he's not supposed to, but does it anyway, holds out a hand to help Prior up. And he'll give a glance over at Kai and then Miix and then back at Prior. And he'll say, we'll walk with you, okay?
I is happy to see that Pryor's maybe doing better, but really sad to hear that he still feels that way. It's not the kind of thing he wants to fight him on right now. He'll get up after Merru's pulled Pryor up, which feels like kind of a feat with their size difference.
Oh, he's helping. I mean, does Prior take his hand? I only said he
Prior
offers
does.
a hand.
Prior
Oh,
takes the hand
Yay.
No.
and allows someone else to help him up, leaning on Kai, regarding Miix. His joints feel like jelly, and his bones feel brand new. And for the first time, you see the edges of augmentations poke out from underneath his flesh seemingly before your eyes. His flesh shifts as if to hide them.
Miix, as they stand up with everybody, they step closer, and the same way they did only a few days ago, they raise one closed hand and gently press it against Prior's chest. I told you. When the time comes, I want to hear your story. I want us to understand each other. And I know we're not there yet. But are taking a step forward to that conclusion.
He nods. He looks over at Kai, and then back at Miix. Over to Merru. I can't promise you it's a story any of you will like to hear. But
I don't
I-
care. I just want to hear it. Okay? Fine.
Prior reaches out and gently fixes Miix's collar. I promise. You will hear my story.
Okay.
I've caused you all too much trouble. But if I need help, I would be a fool to not rely upon people I look up to.
Merru, you have the highest awareness. You notice first the fact that there are drones watching all of you, but not moving. And then you all see the guards flooding into the room. Those shutters by the entrance have still not opened. And the guards, K Corp's guards, all have their weapons drawn and pointed at you four.
Oh, right. Forgot about that part.
I think when Merru, because he noticed the drones and immediately he got back into not panic mode, but like high alert mode. And he instinctively kind of shuffles a little closer to the others, specifically by Prior's side. And he doesn't draw magic bullet because he feels like that would be bad. It's just a hunch. Now he does look and see the K Corp guards pointing their weapons at them, but he still thinks that maybe immediately drawing his weapon would be a bad idea. He doesn't want to ruin anything. But he does kind of glare at the guards, waiting and watching very closely to see any kind of movement, because he will fight back if need be, but he's kind of just watching and waiting right now.
Miix will, as best as they can, because they have taken a little bit of damage, not impaired yet, but as best as they can, they just try to shield the other three as much as possible with their arms, trying to like surround them as best as they can. It's not much, but like as soon as they see they just sort of whisper, just try and stay calm.
Scarlet, who at this point has gathered those researchers together, looks as if she wants to say something and speak and tries to say, like, wait, I don't think it's what you all... And the guards turn, and their weapons are also pointed at those people behind, and she kind of gives you all a look of, like, wishing she could do more. But you all have a feeling that trying to intervene, even if she looks ready to keep fighting as a fixer. Well, you all know how L Corp valued its employees.
Prior squeezes the shoulders of the managers and speaks up. It won't be necessary. I'm the culprit. I surrender willingly. There's no need for further violence.
Oh, we're not. What? No.
I don't intend to go out without a fight. But
I'm not letting you go at all. No.
listen. And Pryor has a glint in his eye, one you haven't seen in a little while. It's not cocksure confidence, but it's a genuine belief that everything's gonna be fine. Just not here. Not with so many civilians. Probably gonna kill us, but we've survived worse, right? What do you say? One more adventure?
Only if you guys promise me you won't die.
I'll do whatever you think is best. Merru says directed at Pryor.
If it's to avoid any more casualties, I believe in your judgment.
Then Pryor will take a step forward with his arms raised towards the guards and speak in a clear, precise voice. I willingly submit myself to K Corp's authority. Let's get out of somewhere so crowded. I don't think anyone is going to manage any better making this so public.
At that, the guards nod. They seem almost surprised. And you wouldn't be surprised if there were a few of them who seem almost disappointed at this. And they go to escort you all when there is the sudden sound of a bomb exploding, and alarms begin to play. And that is where we will end this session. All of you about to be taken into custody when an attack occurs.
Ho, ho, ho!
Woo!
Wahoo!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Thank you, our audience tonight,
Yes.
for being here for this episode.
Wahoo!
I would like to give thanks to my fellow players our incredible GM slash DM Cinephon, and each and every one of you. Thank you all for being here tonight. If you are completely lost, but utterly intrigued, Cinna, where can they find everything they need to get caught up on the story so far?
Yes, we have in our Discord server, we have recaps that are in a Google document that's also in the pinned message. We have on YouTube the VODs and the episodes, and we have on TikTok clips that you can find to get caught up in. And our next session is going to be 2 weeks from now on the 18th, same time, 5 p.m. EST. Thank you all so much for coming. I know I can't engage with chat during these, but I hope you all know that I go back and read over every message afterwards because I love seeing what you all have to say. We really appreciate you all being on this journey here with us. And a big shout out to Scarlett, who redeemed our helping hand and came in clutch, especially with that crit right out the gate.